I think I have to go live on TikTok first. Yeah, I know. Fuck them. Honestly, like I just need to find a different platform, like Streamlabs or some bullshit. I don't know. Who cares? Yeah, I OBO is just I don't know. Adam made it seem really complicated. I have it on my computer. I have it ready to go. All right, the first five in the door, and we're about to tell you we got a show. All right, a real show. I mean, like, what'd you say, baby? I'm not. Yeah, I figured. Uh, hold up. Let me see. Tell me now. Tell me now. Yes? No? Okay. That's okay. We'll figure out TikTok this week. Anyway, live on Twitch, Facebook, YouTube, X, IG, and coming soon TikTok. Yeah, if you're not following me, Infighting FX. But yeah, listen, we got a huge show. A lot of topics. I got Raw tonight, so we're gonna have to get through some of them. Doomy, I hope might be coming on. I think he's going live on his channel too, so maybe we'll check in with him in a little bit. But yeah, everything, boxing, MMA, wrestling, everything. First of all, we're going to start with the Canelo Crawford shit. Everybody has seen the shove around the world after the community dinner around the world that was held on Friday. I don't know, I call cap on the whole thing. I know it excited people, and that's cool, and we'll talk about it, but I don't know. I mean, there's plenty of time at a dinner to be like, hey, should I shove you? Yeah, you know what? See, shove. Yo, but the best part that I got for y'all is the most questionable part. Why is Tom Brady dressed like a douche and Shaq handling the boxing interviews? Can anybody tell me that? Because I need somebody to explain it to me. We'll talk about that for sure. Yeah, but the best part though, real quick, was Crawford, or Canelo calling out Crawford's record. Bro, I know the amount of Crawford haters who got the stiffest erection in the world when Canelo was like, who he beat? Who he beat? Like, fucking hilarious. All right. If I was a good enough live streamer and podcaster, I would have had that clip because it was fucking hilarious. We're gonna watch that. Who's elite? He be nobody elite. Who the fuck is that guy? Yo, he brought all the classics. Okay, Canelo was absolutely ready. A lot of drama as well going around the Crawford camp. Listen, I don't like talking about people's girls and women and who's dating who. That's real feminine stuff to me. And I don't even care. It's not like, oh, it's feminine, whatever. You could be masculine and feminine. I'm just saying that that's a little too much for me, right? I'm not gonna wear lipstick either. I'm not gonna put polish on my nails either. I don't got no problem with them dudes doing it. That's fine. It's just not me, right? So I'm not gonna gossip about girls or post shit about girls, but I think it is fair within the context of the fight to ask, is the female drama on the Crawford side, is that playing a role? Will it play a role in his ability, goddamn fly, in his ability to prepare for what will be the toughest fight of his career? On the other side, is Crawford Canelo's toughest fight? That is going to be the question we're going to ask all week. And I hope that you join me on Infighting FX. You can subscribe on Infighting FX. That is on YouTube, Twitch, IG, YouTube, and Facebook. And so, yeah, live daily, Tuesday through Thursday. Plus, the weekends we're always going live as well. Would have gone live this weekend, but it was my niece's 17th birthday party. Plus, there wasn't any really fights on anyway. But we will talk about the fights this weekend. I did get to see Vito fight. I did get to see Roundtree in the UFC, and I have not seen Rodriguez's win. I've seen some highlights, but hopefully we can watch that together. Then we're going to move on to wrestling and the big news going on everywhere. If you didn't hear, then first of all, congratulations for coming out of your coma. We're all glad that you're better, but we are now in a war, sort of, with Iran, and that has prompted issues as far as WWE and their ability to go to Saudi. Their ability to come back from Saudi is the real issue. So if you didn't know, Saudi Arabia has a big WWE show, Night of Champions, coming up Friday. Or they're supposed to be there for SmackDown. It's going to be a 2-night show, in a sense, to Saudi, right? I mean, it's not going to be like 2 WrestleMania nights or 2 SummerSlam nights, but you have to figure this is going to be a way bigger SmackDown than it normally would, right? And plus, we already know there's like 4 title matches on that card. That said, there are currently right now travel experts, however much an expert can be online these days, and they are saying that the issues with traveling back will be the biggest problem, and that there's a decent likelihood that they'll cancel it. Now, that was from people whose only interest is like travel and air flights and stuff like that, right? They don't know WWE very well at all. They don't know wrestling. And while they may understand the geopolitics of all this stuff way better than me or any of you, they don't understand TKO or Triple H or Nick Khan or Vince McMahon or any of the people that have helmed that company in the past. And the truth is, they're not canceling shit. They're not going to cancel shit, and they will push every single button that they have to make sure that they can get over there. Okay. Look, and again, I know I don't like getting into politics stuff anymore because most people are retarded. And at the end of the day, all I know is that WWE has a very good relationship with the president of the United States. So if there is a way to get over there, well, believe me, they will find the way. Now, there are some people talking about the wrestler's safety and how they feel about it. We'll, of course, talk about that as well. And then final thing on the docket will be, first of all, going over some of the fights that we saw this weekend, UFC Fight Night, DAZN and ESPN Plus. But we will go over the weekend's comments from Dana White, who was caught outside the presser for Canelo Crawford, in which he was asked about De La Hoya's comments regarding the fight night, regarding Mexico Independence Weekend. And protein and coffee, the best pair up since fucking peanut butter and jelly. So anyway, where was I? Oh yeah, Dana White has come out. They asked him specifically about the comments that De La Hoya made about Canelo and Bud being on at lunchtime, and that UFC having a night, having a noche, a UFC noche that night. And yeah, he squashed a lot of those rumors. We'll get into that. Yeah. So, and then the final piece. Actually, you know what? Let's do this first, because if I don't know if Doomy's gonna come. Let me see. If he's gonna come, then because I really wanted him to help break down some of these fights. But if you don't know who Aiden Ross is, he is a live streamer in his 20s. He gained fame by playing NBA 2K with people like LeBron's son on live, and has amassed a huge following. He's also a very controversial figure, supported Trump by using like a lot of super racist shit against Kamala. And, he helped launch the brand of Andrew Tate to the world. So there's like a lot of people that, dislike him and things like that. But he's a friend of Dana White. And he has a lot of friends in the industry, specifically in the UFC. And he has launched his own fight league called Brand Risk Promotions. And now this is a stake promotion for people that don't understand or don't know what's going on. The money's from that. Okay. Aiden Ross did not purchase or build a fight promotion, certainly not on his own. I mean, he's the face of it, right? So it's like he's the De La Hoya, and there's a Richard Schaefer there. And that's basically the company of stake. And so they put on these fights. They've been putting on these boxing matches, I guess we'll call them. They are boxing, right? They wear gloves. Sometimes they wear headgear. It's like Border Wars. If you remember, or if you watch The Boxing Voice, or if you remember me from The Boxing Voice, They used to have this thing called Border. Oh, I think they do, or they still do have Border Wars. I know that. I just meant it's not like the way it used to be, is what I was trying to say. And so that's basically what this is. You know, streamers talk shit about each other online, and then they go and then they fight in this boxing promotion. And so if you don't know who Charleston White is, that's okay. We're gonna learn. You're gonna learn today. And if you don't know who the Island Boys are, well, that's crazy. I mean, if you don't know anything about them, then congratulations, you're lucky. But if you've never heard of them, that would be crazy to me. They are the twins who sang the Island Boy song, which I'm not going to, and then they kissed on OnlyFans, and that was like their claim to fame. There's nothing else about, like, I that makes it sound like I'm being a hater, but I'm literally just trying to be as clear and journalistic as possible. That's the narrative in a nutshell, right? I don't think that they actually have like Islander blood in them or like DNA. I don't think their family is like, I don't know. I don't know for sure. I don't know. All I know is most people do know who they are, Charleston White and Islander Boy. And I don't know the name of them. I'm just going to keep calling them Islander Boy all show. And they fought this past week, kind of in a fight, sort of. And yeah, we will touch on that as well. Let me see. Where y'all want to rock out? How y'all want to rock out today? We're going to rock out like this. That's not bad. What about that? That's better, right? Okay, so we'll start with this little fun thing because I don't think Doomy's jumping on. He hasn't answered the text. So either he's already live or he is not going live at all until later. So I'm just going to go on myself because I'll be honest, this was fucking hilarious. Like, this was great for me, okay? Because all the time now as a streamer, right? Ever since I've left the only boxing topics world, I've ventured into like a lot of other like streaming shit. And this is it right here, right? These two guys have for years now, like, truly affected algorithms that have shown up on the For You pages of a lot of dudes, right? These are guys like that are not like, first of all, Charleston White's I think he's is he slow? Like, I'm not being funny. Like, he might, right? Because the eye and everything, like, I don't know. Look, all I'm saying is that that's not a dude to follow. And if you look at the Island Boys, them dudes aren't the guys to follow. And so when you say to yourself, like, how could you know? Or like, how could you could just see them fight.
Hit him, Joel. He just hit him. Yo. Let's go, on.
Because they gave me a strike the other night for so much shit. So this is Charleston White, bro. Okay. Now, in case you don't, let me see. If you don't know him, let's see. All right. This is for y'all. Okay, so here is one of his interviews from Vlad TV. I want to show, because everybody knows who the Islander Boy is, right? I'm an Island Boy. That guy that had zero talent with his twin. Yeah, so we know who that guy is. But this right here is the infamous Charleston White. Now, you had to have heard of Charleston White. I wouldn't believe you if you were like, nah, I don't know who that is, or I've never heard that name. You've had to have heard the name. This is the controversial flicker.
Vlad out directly, like, bruh, why you always got these gang members, ex-criminals, and street dudes on here? He straight up questioned the.
So that's what I'm saying about. So I did his life story essentially a few years ago. And yeah, I killed this person. Do we ever think to get the victim's family and see that all these victims they
on here?
He will talk that shit, but I'll be honest, a lot of his stuff makes sense. Now, he is a retard because he could be so much more, I think, for the black community. But he wants the money and he wants to be right? Like, he's got this amazing rationale that very few people, I feel like, in the Black community either respect or not understand, like they can't understand, but like it's such a different point of view, right? And he could be like 50% less trolly and 50% more like serious and honest. I mean, he's always honest. Honestly, I think he'd be like a Black thought leader, honestly.
Straight up questioned the whole setup, saying Vlad's platform is out here glamorizing.
That said, he's clearly fucking retarded. Y'all should not listen to like 90% of what he said.
Crime, and even commented, "Y'all sending the wrong message."
I get a little upset with you sometimes, Vlad. I say, man, he put all them gangsters on there, and they saying all these victims. They killed this person. Well, yeah, I killed this person. Do we ever think to get the victim's family and see the impact that they done left?
And we I did his life story essentially a few years ago, and he passed away, recently.
So what other platform besides yours had given us his life story? So that's what I'm saying about. So you
and
see right here, this is old Charleston White, bro. Okay, because no way he let Vlad pull that shit, right? At this point, right? And maybe you're not familiar with the hip hop community or hip hop Twitter or anything like that. That's cool. It's a situation where Vlad TV basically brings on people and have them tell on themselves, right? And this, whatever, people get paid to do it, whatever. I'm not hating. All I'm saying is that was a fair fucking point right there. That was a fair fucking point by Charleston White. And we're not going to end with that, because we're not going to have it be like, oh, the thing that he said was like made the most sense. I think this is the clip I was looking for.
You like a rapper or something, right? Well, the rappers have always mimicked the players from the streets. The rappers have never came up with their own identity. So you a carbon cop? No. I was born before rap. I mimicked Uncle Wayne them, who had a watch, who had a chain, who had a pinky ring, and who had cars that they own in barbershops. Yeah, I'm a barbershop. But to go back to your feelings,
to go back to your feelings.
To do with him eating food and having, when a guy, the two strong, and he said,
Giving feminists a reality check.
when God said, okay, I want to make male and female, and he said, I'm going to give females these characteristics and traits. He said, I'm going to give males these characteristics and traits. So the two strongest desires that every male human has is his desire to eat food and to have. When a guy gets a degree, it has to do with him eating food and having. When a guy's working out, brushing his hair, getting a haircut, it all revolves around to having. So as he matures and gets older, he started having goals.
Earned, not just.
I'm gonna hurt, boy. You just come home, man. God bless me. I had a mistrial. No, I should know. And the same made me look like I was dumb. No, I done this for you. So now, when you go through what you go through, when you know better, you do better, man.
Yeah, these are not doing good at making him sound like he normally. Okay, so like early Charleston White was this guy, right? Like the prophet or whatever, right? And new Charleston White is like, oh, bro, we gonna fucking play it up for the cameras. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the only thing I don't like about this whole business, right? Is it's all, what's the word? I saw a video on this. I want to show it to y'all too. It was on TikTok. Actually, let me do this first, because this is exactly what I'm talking about. Plus, I got to open up X anyway, because I have a shit ton of bookmarks. Let me just real quick share the show right quick. Please, if y'all could please go to whatever platform you're on and retweet the show. You know what I'm saying? Get it out there more to everybody. Yeah, we'd be kicking it. I'm going to have Emily, the amazing boxing publicist, and she doesn't do boxing only, she does a bunch of shit, but I knew her as a publicist in boxing. We used to work together when I was writing for the Boxing Voice and various other websites. She's gonna come on next Monday. She was gonna come on today, but she had an issue that she was dealing with, which, you know, obviously we understand that. And much respect for her giving me the heads up and rescheduling. It was really dope. But anyway, oh man, where is this fucking shit? Yo, link is also in the thing, and or I'm gonna put the link in the bio if you want to tap in as well. Not in bio, in chat. Let me do that right quick too. Okay. Let me see. Do. Fart. All right, right here. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, let me see if Abe could come through to see if we're if he has any news on WWE. All right. All right. The link to join is in the X chat right now, and it is in all the other chats everywhere else right now. So if you want to jump on, it's there. But yeah, before we get into the Canelo Crawford stuff, which we will get into, and that's going to be the bulk of the show, I had to show y'all the Charleston White Island Boys fight. Now I wish that Doomy could have been on to help me break this down, because he is the trainer, but it's okay. Yo, first of all, shout out to Charleston White for having the fucking Houston fade. Wait. Was that a Houston fade? Bro, why are they showing the replay of his? Why is it so dark, bro? Yo, see, and this is the problem, guys. I'm not going to do this a lot. I promise I'm not going to do this a lot, right? But this is the problem. When you don't know how to, like, okay, so when we did Border Wars, right, in Wisconsin, which somebody in the chat just told me they're going back to Wisconsin. So, you know, I guess, you know, the king ain't coming back, right, with the left hand. That's not what they want, right? That's not what Ness want. He want to keep having people sign up to not get knocked their fucking teeth out. But on that night, right, we started during the day. Everything was cool. And what happens when we get to 7:30, 8:30? Who can guess? That's right. We fucking had no way of seeing shit, right? And I love Ness. Ness is really smart, but he did not think about the sun and the nighttime. That shit was so hard to see. First of all, when we put the lights on, the bugs just went crazy, right? I remember getting hit with a punch in the stomach, and I went down like this. And when he popped me with the uppercut, I went up and I looked like just briefly up for a second, right? It's like, oh, he hit me. And I went, oh shit, bro. There were 5 million bugs just all around our head, right? And some people that had pictures and videos that weren't Ness in the boxing voice, you could see us fighting, right? Me and Showkid fighting. And then you could see the picture of, like, it looked like a cloud, but they're bugs. There's just a million bugs over us. So these are all the, like, things you don't think about, right? When everybody's like, oh, I could be a boxing promoter. I could put on boxing fights. How hard is that? I could do that. Well, the logistics are a motherfucker. So, you know, maybe don't throw all your money into it. Yo, that's my fault, bro. Yo, there's the Island Boy. So if you didn't know what an Island Boy was, this is this is a internet Island Boy. I'm not gonna say like the actual definition of a dude that lives on an island, but yeah, this is him. If you did not know who this guy was, he recently fought his twin brother in this organization. Again, it's called Brand Risk Promotions. Okay, and it's sponsored by Stake, and Aiden Ross is the figurehead. Is his name Cody? Cody Red? Kodak Cred? I don't know, bro. That's crazy. Why did they do the font like that? Is that on purpose? Cody Yakred? I don't know his last name.
And in the red corner, wearing the white trunks with the black trim.
Okay, look how Charleston White gets his fucking shit off. Watch. This was all a troll, I feel like. I think. Yo, Aiden Ross is so gay.
Let's go.
Let's go, Unc. Come on, Unc. God, how many times do you think Charleston White's just fucking dick slapped Aiden Ross?
And we go out tonight, party, bottles on me.
God, can you imagine for a second? Wait, guys, okay, because I know this is a boxing community, so let's think about it in this time. Can you imagine Max Kellerman, who we'll talk about in a second, who's been announced to be part of the okay. Hold on, let me see if he can come on. I'm gonna get somebody to come through to talk about whether or not WWE is gonna go to Saudi. All right. Well, I got some ammo for the WWE Saudi talk, so that's good. But where were we? Oh, right here, looking at these douches. Okay, so here's the thing, right? I don't think Unc is trying. Look at Unc right now, bro. First of all, he didn't have to give us this, bro. He didn't have to give us that shiny ass ball spot, champ. You ain't got to do that. You know what I mean? Just go win. Bro, look at the socks he's wearing. Jesus Christ. And that's the thing is these dudes were never athletes. I saw Neon box with Ryan Garcia wearing, I think it was like Shocks. And I seen, what's that New York kid? He's Muslim. What's his name? He used to stream with Aiden Ross a lot. Sneeko. Right, I seen Sneeko run with like a New York marathon runner, and the dude had Vans on. And again, I'm not hating on your shoes or nothing. Like, just get out there and do what you do. But it's like if you're at a high level, so like I used to be a power lifter, right? But there were times where I was lifting and I was wearing like Jordans or whatever, right? As I got into whatever discipline I was into, right? Powerlifting, boxing, the shoes ended up signifying how real my approach was or how real my attempt was. Okay, because I would go to jiu-jitsu, but I didn't buy no gi. I didn't buy a gi. I was just doing no gi because I wasn't really putting myself into it. And then by the time I got a gi, I was full blown into fucking BJJ. Boxing. I boxed for 4 years. I would go to gyms. I would just show up in like basketball shorts, you know what I'm saying? A shirt, some tennies. And that's cool. If you know what I mean, I'm not no pro. So then by the time I'm fighting border wars, right? And I have to take it serious, I have shoes. I have a guard, a shorts guard, a belt guard or cup, whatever you want to call it. You know, I had badass gloves, several of them. You know what I'm saying? And I had people from the community looking out, bro. Them gloves right there, that's Coach Rivera's company, bro. He gave them shits to me, bro. And I respected the fuck out of that. That was for me everything because I was putting everything in it. I didn't have any money. I quit my job when I started working for Ness again. You know what I'm saying? I put everything out. Everything I was making was from the boxing boys and from writing on the side too. But that's, you know, never brings home a lot. And still, as a host on the show, I'm buying my own shoes. I'm buying my own gloves. I'm buying my own ticket to go. And I'm not talking shit about that. You know what I'm saying? I mean, if I was going to be like hosting and shit or commentating, that's a different job, right? And I'm getting paid for that. But to be a fighter, to try to fight, like I want to just win, right? Like I want to try hard. It's not trying hard when you go in there and you're not really, you know what I'm saying? Like when you're just fucking around. Is different. Look at this man. He looked like he about to fight drunk style. You know what I'm saying? Drunken what's it called?
Remind me of my uncle, man, all the way in South Georgia, dog.
I can't believe this is finally happening.
They're gonna touch gloves?
No.
If they do, Unc gonna fake him out and then punch him.
Why he didn't bring his twin with him? How come his twin ain't in his corner?
Uh-oh, looks like I got somebody for WWE. Okay, so that was Listen to me, bro. I'm telling you right now. Oh my God, bro. Listen to me. I would have gotten the Island Boy right here more bread than whatever he got, right? Whatever bread he got for this fight, I would have gotten him double. I'm telling you that right now. You know what I would have done if I was his manager? This is what I would have done. I would have said, okay, pay us what you're going to pay us, right? You're giving us a purse, right? I'm going to try to get a piece of pay-per-view too, but that's just me. I'm going to do that. I'm going to get you. I'm going to finesse you. Cool. We're here. We're in this position now, right? So now I'm coming either the night before the fight or the morning of the fight, and I'm saying we're pulling out unless you sign this new document that says every time you mention me kissing my brother on fucking stream, that's another 25,000 right there. Do it 4 times. I want 100,000. I'm trying to go get a fucking, you know what I'm saying, a 4-wheeler and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm trying to get a Bobcat. Like, I want it all. Give me that 100,000, right? That's what I would have done if I was the manager for like the Island Boy and shit. You know what I mean? Because you know he's gonna get punked. If you've never seen these fights, if you don't know what these are all trash. Don't ever buy these things. If you're a boxing fan, you will find this comedically funny, but it'll get old real fast. You're just gonna get so tired of watching these guys not know how to jab, not know how to throw a 1-2, not know how to move their feet. And that's okay. All right. Not everybody has to be good at boxing. Just like not everybody has to be good at basketball or softball or football or tennis or pickleball, wherever the fuck. But you're doing this and getting paid. And people paid to watch. Then what are they paying to watch? Because it's supposed to be boxing. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's supposed to be boxing, but it's not really. This is a live kick stream in which everybody is just signed up to box. This is a super small ass gym. You know what I'm saying? Like, they set this all up TBV style, real talk, boxing voice style. But you know why this is fucked and Ness's shit is okay? Because Ness don't make $1 million. Ness, and the people that Ness gets to fight on there are all blue collar people. You know what I'm saying? They're just, it's like signing up for bowling or like a weekend golf thing, except these people are boxing. That's the way it is. It's a community too. But every single one of these dudes that get in these ropes, they're actual people that stream and make money, like real money, right? So if you're an Island Boy or you're a fucking Charleston White, why the fuck do you not have the technique? Why aren't you going to actually, like, what did you do, Charleston White, for the last 3 weeks that was more important than learning how to throw an actual jab, bro? Like, again, I'm not even tripping on this shit. Yo, shout out to Fred Talks Fights, who posted this.
Final predictions.
Damn, I wish I could stand up for this one.
See, they said, and you heard him right there. Yo, I want to know what it's like when I want to see him try to smack Charleston White for talking about kissing his brother. That's where this whole fight originated from. Somebody asked Champ right here when he was going to fight the other Island Boy, his brothers, right? They fought. The brothers fought. I mean, they didn't land anything hard, so it wasn't a big deal, but they did fight. And in that press conference, somebody had asked a question. Charleston White got up and said, like, man, we want to know why you kissed your brother. You know, and now that was like the whole thing of the beef. And what's crazy is these guys I've heard on clips. Like, first of all, I wanted it to be straight. I don't watch none of these motherfuckers at all. Okay. The only reason this content is even being, I mean, I wouldn't say authenticated, but the only reason why I'm even putting this on my shit is to show how fucking little talent these guys got.
Can we just like crouch? Yeah.
Okay, come on.
And it's crazy because, like, fuck, dude, the people at Border Wars, they would work like 12-hour shifts and then go home. I mean, and then go straight to the gym for 2 hours sparring and then get home and their wife makes them immediately start watching the kids because they've been gone all day. And so now they got to watch the kids for 2 hours before they could get a shower and food. And you know what I'm saying? Like, that's a fucking hard life. And these dudes got good. Yo, look at, man, who's in our chat? That's fucking badass. What's his name? Marvin. Fuck. How the fuck did I forget to say Marvin's name? Yo, like Marvin, bro. Marvin would fuck these dudes up, bro. Fuck these dudes up bad. Like, it would be unfair to have Marvin fight either one of these guys. Honestly, I would pick Marvin to beat both of these guys at the same time.
Come on.
All right, y'all seen that? Come on. The the first right hand. First of all, I don't even think Unc knows that he's not left-handed. That's first of all, okay? Second of all, bruh, did you wear a K-Swiss into the ring? Like, what the fuck is on your feet right now? And fucking Island Boy looks like he got tap shoes on. Yo, that's crazy. Crazy that none of them reached out to Ernie on Twitter to be like, yo, could we get some dope-ass gear?
Come on, come on.
Do you see how he stepped with that first right hand? The Island Boy, look, watch. He's gonna throw that first jab, right? That lead, and he's gonna leave it out, and he's gonna turn it over. He's gonna turn the right over. But look at his leg. Look at his right leg. Just keep an eye on his right leg.
Come on.
See how it slides in? See how it slide? You see how it slid in? I'm not going into expert mode. Understand that? I'm not going into expert mode. Listen to me. You see that slide in? Do you know what that means? Do y'all know what that means, that slide in? That means he hasn't been fucking training one day. That means that he does not have a coach. Let me tell you, if you walk into any professional gym and they see you throw like that, bro, that's the only thing they're fixing. They're only going to fix the jab and then show you how to throw that straight after. This is basic 1-2 shit, right? And I'm not saying it's easy. It's not easy, right? It's as easy as it would be for somebody who's never played the guitar to pick up the guitar and try to play. It's not easy. It's hard, okay? But you're going to suck for a while. And then that sucking is going to dissipate until the point where you're like really on it. You know what I mean? These aren't those guys. This is all a fucking joke. This is all a promotion. Right? Look at that. They're just fucking throwing. He's trying. Look at, yo, Unc is trying to bleed him, bro. Yo, that's fucked up. See, that's what I'm saying, bro. That's what I'm saying, dog. I couldn't do this. I've done Border Wars twice, okay? And I'll fight a dude who's really training his ass off for 8 weeks. I'll do that because I know how to train. All right. I played football. I played baseball. I played all those things. And at the end of the day, it was being in college and working out with dudes that actually knew how to work out that taught me what I was doing, right? To train for like, okay, if you're going to be like a football player or a power lifter or tennis player or like whatever, right? Aerobic exercise versus basically every other style. It's like you cannot suck this bad if you've given even like a quarter effort to it.
I'm trying to time out.
But right there, you see he throws, Charleston White throws after the ref breaks him, right? Like a little bitch. And he was trying to bleed him right here, bro. You see what he's doing right here? That elbow? You see this elbow? That's a very old school technique. Okay. And someone like Charleston White, right? Someone like Unc, he's from a place where he knows the rules. He knows, bro, listen to me. When I got into my first fight as a kid, there was a black dude on the corner. I swear to God, this is a true story. There was a black dude on the corner. Right. And so I'm waiting for this dude. He's taking off all his shit, fucking bullshit. I'm like, oh God, I'm gonna fucking fight this guy. Yo, I hear this black dude yelling at me. And I don't even remember what he was calling me. I think he was calling me mijo or some shit. He's like, mijo, throw your elbow with your punch. Throw your elbow. I'm like, what the fuck is he talking about? So we fight, right? Fight's over. And fucking, Unc's coming up to us now, right? And he's like patting me on the back and shit. He's like, you should have thrown the elbow with it. You don't throw the punch and then let the elbow fight. And I'm like, oh, okay. And then as I got older, I realized like that's a thing that is being taught in old school boxing gyms. My cousin, his boxing instructor told him to do that. His coach told him to do that when they start fucking around inside. So this is like a thing that, he learned how to fight in the streets. You could see that from Charleston White. But neither of these motherfuckers thought about going to an actual gym and putting in actual work. That ref got mad at him. He's like, bro, we ain't doing that. Y'all should have signed up for MMA if y'all wanted to do all that.
Loosen up,
He's a 48-year-old man.
By the way, he is a 48-year-old man. I don't think the Island Boys are like 22. I don't even know how they are. Probably 20s for sure. I know that. Not only is he 40-something, but that dude has a glass eye. I think he only has one eye, or like maybe like 10% vision in one of the other eyes. But bro, see, this is what I'm saying. Like everybody here is trying to make a lick. Everybody here in this arena is trying to make a lick. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not gonna say it. I was gonna say it. I'm not gonna say it. I don't need to see it. Look at this shit, bro. Look at him, bro. This is ridiculous. And he laughing like that's what I'm saying. Like you talk all that shit about, you know, I'm a man. I'm gonna stand up for mine. But you playing though, huh? You playing. Yo, I really thought he was rocking a Houston fade. That dude just has a huge bald spot on the top of his head. Yo, he don't look like DJ Screw. He look like DJ Drew with that fucked up hairline. Oh, yo, Unk threw that left hard though. See, and that's the thing is the Island Boy doesn't know how to throw a punch. He's throwing this body shot, pretty decent form. You can see a decent 45-degree angle here. He's getting low just on the belt line. And he didn't do this on purpose, but it was a brilliant shot considering the ref's eyes are over here. Now, this is, it could be low, might not be. It's like a Usyk Dubois punch right here in that range. But the ref on this side isn't seeing shit. That said, look how he throws it.
Load up the haymakers.
He's just using arm. Like it's like a pendulum, right? It's like a pendulum. He's just going back and forth. That ain't shit, bro. Stop it.
You saw that.
That's Rampage also, for those that don't know, on commentary. And during the commentary, he made a comment that he would fight Bones Jones in the brand risk arena in a boxing match. And he says he beats Bones Jones in a boxing match. Actually, they called it striking only, which was sad because striking only would be kicks as well, and elbows and knees. But boxing is completely different.
I like this old school.
Oh, I thought it said 81 minutes and 45 seconds. I was like, they playing a fucking boxing soccer game?
Stay in there, stay in there,
See, that was a nice little jab, but now Unk, look, this is where Unk starts countering. This is how you know he at least has some knowledge of boxing, right? So he's got the hand to the chin, right? I would turn it over a little bit if you're not this close to him. See, right here, this is ready to be thrown, right? This is ready to be thrown. Otherwise, the knuckles would be turned into his cheek. So he is in position, legs a little slightly separated, maybe not a whole lot, but he might not realize that he could take a little more there. So he's going to be trying to land straight rights or overhand rights. There's no other tell here than that. So now he's going to start countering. Watch. So here comes the kid. He's going to throw one and then back off. Boom. And then he's going to take that step. Boom. See, he's throwing these punches and then comes back, throws another punch. Walks back. He understands to stay out of range while he can, but part of it is that they're fucking dead tired, I think. Unk at least looks like he could throw, like he fights, like, or like, not like he fights, but like he knows how to stand at least. And, oh, he got caught with that jab, but he's throwing that counter left. Like, look at see, he winded up. Yo, look at how he winded up that right and totally crap. Look at this. Look at this right. Look at this right. Oh,
You don't need to.
bro, you might as well have said, "Hey, Island Boy, I'm about to throw a right hand. Watch." Look at that shit. He got it down already, right there. Look at this. He is already down, and he's waiting for him to crash in. He gets caught with that jab that doesn't have anything behind it, right? When your jab, when you make contact and the glove goes up like that, as opposed to backwards, you know you didn't land it where you should have landed it. Like, you know that you got him at the end of it. So that wasn't a punch that hurt. It was a punch that blinded. And even with that punch being blind, even with him being blinded by that punch, he had the right hand cocked back. Look.
He's nice with it. He's just a little old.
Look at, okay, see? Here's the Island Boy. He knows he's going to come crashing in. So he cocks the right hand, right? And beautiful that he's not overturning the hips, right? He's just going to turn that foot right there, or not turn it. He's going to turn this foot right here and then slide this one back just a bit. Army, at least that's what he should be doing. I don't know if that's what's going to happen. Let's see. Yep, perfect. See, he knows how to. Yeah, okay. You know what? I give it to Charleston White. He did spend a little more time in the boxing ring. Yo, he dead tired as shit, bro. You know that when you're like, come on over here, bro. I need that break, dog. You looking up the clock. Let's see. If he looks at the clock, then we know he's tired.
I'm a chill. I'm a chill.
Oh, okay. Shit, maybe not. Maybe he's just trolling.
Ooh. Come here. Come here.
Bro, I'm sorry. Both of them fighting like bitches.
50 seconds.
50 seconds.
50 seconds.
50 seconds.
Could I knock out the yo? Okay, I'm gonna pretend like you're asking for real. Okay, I'm gonna pretend like you're asking for real. Would I fight an Island Boy? Yes, 100%. Why wouldn't I take that money? Why wouldn't I take that money? Right? I would 1000% take it. But I mean, no, I don't know anything about them. Like the way you worded that, it makes it seem like you think like I know something like about them. Like I know like I watched their stream or something. That's not the case at all. I know how big of a douchebag they are. I know how much they've contributed to the shittiness of the world and social media. Oh shit, guys. All right, hold up. Breaking news real quick. Let's see. We'll go back to the fight in just a bit, but hold up. We have breaking news here. 42 minutes ago, Dave Meltzer of the Wrestling Observer has stated that Gulf News, Al Arabiya TV, and Al Jazeera TV announced a full suspension of civilian flights through the airspace of the UAE, Saudi Arabia, and Qatar. Qatar was one of the targets of Saudi earlier or yesterday, wherever. Yeah, yesterday or Saturday, whenever. This past weekend, Qatar was one of the places that was targeted heavily by Iran. Yeah, fuck, dude. I don't know. I mean, you could say that that's going to keep them grounded, but I mean, I don't know. Like, we've seen WWE before in situations where there was something problematic with the travel and they went out of their way to find a a suitable change or whatever. Okay.
I can't believe this is really happening.
I can't believe this. I gotta stand up too now. This is a good motherfucking fight.
No, it's not, Rampage, you fucking idiot. What are you talking about? God, and that's what I'm saying. This is all clout. The K in kick stands for clout. Oh, the Island Boy's dead tired. You could tell. Charleston, like, he just has that I don't give a fuck attitude, and like, I'm not really getting up. Like, you're not bringing nothing out of me, and that's really fucking scary when you're in the ring with somebody who's not huffing like you, who's not puffing like you, who doesn't desperately need that minute break or 30-second break or drink of water or whatever. Like, yo, that shit's the most scariest thing. You know, I'll fight a dude with tattoos and fucking earrings and a mohawk. I don't give a fuck about that. Yo, but when a guy is looking like he in shape and he ain't gonna fold from sheer exhaustion, yo, that's scary.
10 seconds.
I would give this to I would give that to White for sure. Oh, I thought they were gonna show replays and shit. Yo, who the fuck is this guy? Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, who are these? Why did he wear boxing shoes to the ring? Bro, you the coach. Oh, you wearing Jordans. My bad. I thought you was wearing. I'm like, why are you wearing boxing shoes to train somebody? You're taking it way too serious. I wonder if these are like their people, like, or if. Oh, this guy's doesn't. I don't know. I don't like this shit. He being way too animated.
Unk is gassed. He's really gassed.
No way.
Unk is gas for sure, but the Island Boy I think is more gas, bro.
He's gassed bad.
Now they.
Yeah.
What do you mean? No, I listen. That's see, that's what I'm saying. You're not understanding the point that I'm making. They have money. They have time. They have the ability to make every facet of their training content. So why the fuck aren't they training? Why the fuck aren't they trying to give these people the best performance they can? You know what I mean? Like, why do this if you're not going to train? This isn't bowling. This isn't tennis. This isn't golf where you just show up and you try your best every time. And that's how you get better. I mean, obviously you could practice, but boxing is so different. So different. You don't play it, you know? I don't think these people understand that though.
I know.
Yeah, he won. Yeah,
Yo, look how mad the fucking Island Boy looked though. He wants to really hurt Charleston White. And that's the frustrating part. When you can, well, also it's frustrating when you throw 1-2 like this. He gonna walk with them 1-2.
I know.
Watch. Let me walk down this 1-2. Yo, that's hilarious.
Yeah, for sure. You can't see like some punches. Like
Yo, but you don't see it. You see Charleston White, he's just like gassed up for the that was a throw, obviously. But he did connect with it. Look at that right. He hit him from behind the back of the head. And his legs did stumble a bit. Look. When he makes the contact, look. Oh, see, and he switched the legs too. I don't know. That might have hurt. I mean, not hurt, but it might have fucked up his. What does you knocked him mean? Like knocked down? Is that what they're saying?
It's London.
Oh, okay.
This is dog shit. This is dog shit boxing. What the fuck? Oh, he threw that elbow, bro. The Island Boy's mad, dog. He thought he was gonna beat the shit out of this old man.
Oh, you win it. Let's go.
Dude, when would you ever hear Max Kellerman or like Jim Lamp? And I know that's not who this is, but that's what I'm saying. Like, why are you doing commentary if you want to root for these guys? If you're gonna throw up your pom-poms, why? Why do any of that? Okay, I gotta fast forward to the end of this shit. This is garbage.
It's okay. One purposely threw it out.
Oh yeah.
Purposely.
Yeah.
Hey, I ain't gonna lie. I'm strong.
Yeah, I'm being tired. Yeah. You know, there's gonna.
Oh, he purposely threw it out.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
You okay, Unc? It's okay. 1 minute.
Yeah, you could get dead tired like this, and you see like
At this point, I think
Unk's got the body of a guy who just showed up on fight night, champ. That's all good. It's all good. All right, let's see. Oh, right here, you see they're just dead tired walking around.
Come on,
Let's go, Unc.
Come on,
He's giving up. He's giving up.
He's giving up.
Ain't no timeout.
He's giving up.
It's over.
Ain't no timeout. Ain't no fucking timeout.
It's over.
Ain't no timeout in boxing.
Ain't no timeout. Ain't no timeout.
Ain't no timeout in boxing.
He quit.
He quit. Let's fucking go.
Yeah, that's sad, bro. That's sad. Why are these people cheering for that? I don't get it, bro. I don't get it at all. But that was the streamer fights, I guess we'll call them, whatever. They suck. Don't buy them if you actually like boxing and enjoy it. But if your whole thing is watching it bastardized, then yeah, I don't know if anything will make you hornier. All right, let's see. Okay, we're gonna go over Canelo Crawford, who had their press conference and an interview earlier today. All right. So first and foremost, there was a lot. Well, let's talk about this first before we jump into it. This is news from Canelo Crawford. There was speculation that Jim Lampley and Larry Merchant, I'm sorry, Jim Lampley and Max Kellerman, would be the official commentators for Bud Crawford and Canelo. And there was really nothing more. Shout out to Chicano Prophet, you know what I'm saying? The champ. There was nothing like solidified, right? It was this post and a couple of other comments that he made in like Ring Magazine interviews or some shit where people started to speculate that he was going to bring back the whole HBO team. That never seemed like a thing. Larry Merchant seems happily retired. And then it brought the conversation onto Max and Jim and the idea that Jim Lampley would do it. But the fact that we heard Jim Lampley commentate not that long ago, and a lot of people did not enjoy the work he did, and a lot of people felt as though a clear step or two had been lost. Look, as far as I'm concerned, Jim Lampley's the best to ever do it. And if your opinion on him is based off of HBO's last 4 or 5 years, then you're just as big of a dipshit. The truth is that Jim Lampley, Larry Merchant, Max Kellerman, Roy Jones, George Foreman, these were all Lennox Lewis. These were all people who contributed to some of the best commentary in boxing ever, as far as I'm concerned. And, you know, look, don't get me wrong. Like, there were some badasses in the 70s and 80s. And I'm not going to mention any names because let's also be honest, a lot of them kind of were racist, you know, or at least said racist things on live TV a lot of times. You know, we're going to like, I'm not going to harp on like Monday Night Football and calling a player, you know, an animal or some weirdo shit. But at the same time, this generation, right, of Max Kellerman and Jim Lampley, it was like purity of the sport. You know, these guys weren't interested in who banged whose girlfriend or, you know, who was, you know, allegedly on PEDs, although maybe they should have taken more notice on that. But these were like some of the best, you know, but it's a skill set and I think too many people think Jim Lampley lost it or it's diminished. And again, I'm way too big of a fan of him to say anything bad, but at the same time, I do agree that there are other people who could do this. Woodsy is a great commentator, you know. There are so many out there that I don't think that the nostalgia is worth it. And that's all it really is. It feels like a nostalgia pool, right? Turkey is like the ultimate mark, booking all these things as though a fan just suddenly got control of, you know, boxing. And so I don't know. But anyway, I say all that to say that Max Kellerman has been confirmed to be a commentator on the night of Bud Canelo, which is cool. We'll talk about John Jones being officially retired as well. And we'll talk about that as well. Let me see. Where is it? Okay, here it is. The stuff heard around the world that we talked about earlier. Now, I want to mention this, right? Last week on the show, we were live with Doomy, and we showed a picture of Turkey and Crawford and Canelo seated around a table, enjoying this huge feast. And a lot of people didn't like it. A lot of people didn't like it because it was like, it felt like, oh, they're shaking hands. Like, hey, we're about to make a shit ton of money, right? Yeah, I know you're going to win, but that's okay because we're going to make a shit ton of money, right? Yeah, let's have a badass dinner and think about all the fucking money we're going to make. That's the vibes it gives, right? But the truth is that they're professional fighters, right? And this guy that's giving them a shit ton of money, they got to go and they got to sit and they got to, it's the same thing like with commentators. I mean, with media day, whether it's workout day or workout for the media day or just like a press conference or a weigh-in, all those things matter. Oh man, I thought I was gonna sneeze. All those things matter, right? But it feels like they're protesting a bit much, I guess. I don't know. It's not that I'm saying this is faking over, right? This is what I would assume happened right here. Because let's be honest, there's no beef between these two guys, and we know that, and we're not going to sell it on that. What I think is that Terrence Crawford, who is a real competitor, I'm not saying Canelo isn't, but Canelo's, I think sometimes, especially now, business first. Okay, he's business first, and he is considering his portfolio. He's considering his, grand wealth and future wealth with almost every move he does, and that's cool. That's fine. Terrence Crawford, on the other hand, feels like competitor first. If you're a UFC wrestler and you're trying to test him, he's going to go all out. He'll try to choke you the fuck out. This is a guy who wants to be known, for whatever reason, as one of the greatest wrestlers in boxing ever. And every video you see of him just manhandling dudes, you get that clear perception. But it's not just that. Go look at videos of Crawford playing dominoes. Go look at pictures of Crawford playing fucking Uno. I don't give a shit. He is always intense. He is always ready to compete, and he always wants to be number one. I'm not saying that's not true about Canelo. All I'm saying is it feels more true about Terrence Crawford today than it does or ever has about Canelo. Canelo is a business now. He is a brand. And Crawford may be that as well, but he is still, I believe, fighter first. That could come down. There could be an aspect of that in the fight. You know what I mean? If Canelo's not nearly as good today as he has been over the past 5 to 10 years, then we'll see it. We'll see Crawford push him, I think, in the fight, metaphorically. But we sure as fuck saw him push him right here. This is what interests me most. You see, you can shove a guy, right? You could just shove a guy, and there's really nothing to be learned, right? But this is kind of telling. How did Crawford get him to start walking back like that? How did Crawford get Canelo to start walking backwards? Why did Canelo not? Yeah, I saw that in the chat. I saw that. Yo, shout out to Carlos the Prophet in the house. Top comment on Canelo on Turkey's post. No big deal. Yo, listen. So that's what I'm saying. It's like, how did you get him to do that? Because that is telling right there. Look at this. Oh, yeah. I saw that. He said, what did he say? Oh, man. He tweeted it. But it was some other girl. She blew up. They said, why do black fighters always get so close that they could kiss that fighter? Yo, I'm not saying that's true. All I'm saying is there's a lot of evidence to support that fact. But this was all like a move for Crawford to like show dominance, right? These are mind games that we're playing early. But look at that. Yo, that was the real shit of it right there. See, Bud walking him back. It might seem small to others, and that's cool. Yo, what the fuck? That was weird. It might seem simple to a lot of people, and that's fine. But truthfully, this is a vibe right here. You know what I mean? Like, if Canelo's watching this back, like, oh shit, he's walking me back, and then I give him this little bitch push, like. Yo, Bomac knew nobody's getting through it. Yo, shout out Bomac. Look at him, bro. Yo, he's gonna take Dana with him and everything, bro. How hilarious would it have been to just see Bomac keep walking forward and everybody falling backwards off the fucking shelf? That would be hilarious, bro. Yo, Carlos, champ in the building. What's going on?
What's happening, man? Can you hear me okay?
You sound great, brother.
Nice. I'm on my lunch, man. I thought I'd chime in while you analyze this video.
Please do. Please do. What did we see here? What did you learn? Tell us.
Okay, well, here's my thought. This is coming from another Canelo fan, and I'm just going to try to keep it real, man. When I watched this video, you know what I noticed? I noticed that Canelo was a little bit taller than Bud in this particular standoff, and it's not usually like this. People are also saying that Canelo's wearing lifts. I think that's certainly plausible. And if that's the case and he is wearing lifts, that would explain why he kind of fell back, because he's not firmly planted to the ground.
Damn, bro. Good job. Good job. I like it. I like it a lot, Prophet. That's good. I like that. That's good. A lot has been made about the height difference, and a lot of people have made that a fact in this buildup. Whether it is a fact or not, it really can't be known. I mean, we've never had anybody actually measure these people on camera. So I would agree with you. It would be important for Canelo to come out here and have optics corrected. Anything else that you saw from this? I love that take, by the way.
Thanks, man. Other than that, I liked the exchange. I think Bud was going to go this way eventually. I think he's trying to show that respect, but ultimately he's going to start talking shit to his opponent. He's always been that way. I love Crawford's confidence, even though I think he's going to lose. I love his confidence. I expected it to happen. It was going to happen sooner or later. And frankly, it's good for promotion, this little shove. I don't mind it so much. I mean, people are talking about it. And then other people are also saying that, wow, well, look how much Crawford flew back when Canelo pushed him. People are really analyzing it. But
analyzing it, yes. Yeah, you're right. They're really, really analyzing it and dissecting every little facet of it. Did you get to hear any of the interview from Ring Magazine or any of the clips with Canelo in them?
Yeah, I've been following it pretty good, man. And I gotta say,
what'd you make? What were the big takeaways for you?
My big takeaway is that I think Canelo's right when he says, Bud, you think you're different, but I've seen people like you before. You're nothing different. I also agree with Canelo when he says that Bud really doesn't have much of a resume. And I don't know, I'm sure you caught it where Bud's trying to bring up Ricky Burns and
that was bad. That was so bad. Oh, it was cringe.
Cringe, bro.
Cringe for real. I was like, can you just move on? And he was like, Victor Postal. I'm like, oh God, stop saying names. Oh shit. Yeah, no, I saw it. I actually have the clip ready. Do you think it's fair of Canelo to go there considering people say the same thing about him? Now, I'm not saying that, and I don't agree, but there are people that make those types of comments about his resume, specifically the later half of his career. Do you think it's fair from Canelo? You think his haters agree with that sentiment?
Well, I think objectively speaking, and keep in mind, I'm a huge Bud fan too. I just think these are two fighters that I really like, man. But to me, it's just obvious that it's the truth. That's all it is. It's just the truth, and whether it's fair for Canelo to bring up, I think most fighters can't bring up resumes because nobody really has a resume or accomplishments like Bud Crawford. But then,
well said.
If you're like Canelo, and yes, there are mind games that go on. Canelo's trying to put Bud in his place, right? As like, hey, you aren't anything special. I've seen you before. In fact, you don't even have much of a resume compared to a lot of these fighters that I fought. Like when you could bring up like the Cottos, the Golovkins, right?
Yes.
All those. I mean, you actually could name quite a few people from Canelo's resume. So I think Canelo's just kind of reminding Bud, like, hey, you aren't anything I haven't seen before. And in fact, if you hear Bud speak, like, he says, yes, I'm confident I'm going to win, but they'll ask him straight up, like, hey, what's your likelihood of winning? And he thinks like, 70%. And like, he's not sitting there with 100% confidence. And you know what? But I think that's fair. I mean, he should go in there ready to win. But I do think it's fair that he's saying, like, I think I'm going to win. But I mean, obviously, nobody really knows for sure ever.
Agree, bro. To me, that is the kind of perception that the winner can have, right? Because if you go in there and you're like, oh, I'm going to win, are you going to prepare to win? Like your back's going to be against the wall? No, you know what I'm saying? But when you have an understanding of this fight based in reality, and you have that confidence while you have a cautious optimism, bro, that's the mind game already being won. That's Crawford basically saying, bro, you can say whatever you want about my resume. You could talk about my height. You could wear lifts. You could do whatever you want, but it's not going to break me. So on the night of the fight, you're going to get the best version of myself. Do you think we're getting the? Okay, let me ask you. On fight night, Carlos, who's closer to their prime? Going to be fighting closer to their prime, Canelo or Crawford?
Man, that's a great question, man. Because
right, I can't call it.
It's hard to say because I'll tell you this. Like, I mean, we all know Canelo's a few years younger, but he's got a lot more wear and tear. On top of that, too, if you look historically, I think that just athletically, and I'm just speaking objectively, okay, athletically, black fighters tend to age a little bit better than Mexican fighters.
Yes.
Like, if you think about it, Canelo's the best pound for pound, besides maybe Marquez, the best pound for pound 34-year-old Mexican we ever had. Definitely the best 35-year-old Mexican we've ever had. Like, we just don't age well. And, you got to be elite in general to make it that far, like a Golovkin or a Kovalev, right, or a Pacquiao. I mean, you have to be special to keep fighting at that level. You know what I mean? So, I mean, who's more prime? Like, I'd say it's almost even, especially when you factor in the fact that Canelo's already naturally 2 weight classes above. Like, it's hard to say, man.
Yeah, that's the thing right there. And I love that you finished it off with that, because to me, that's the biggest part of this thing that people are overlooking. Everybody keeps mentioning weight. Everybody keeps mentioning size. And who's going to dictate based on weight, based on size, based on, arm length and all of that, right? But how many people are really talking about the experience at the upper weight class? See, that's the thing to me that Canelo has, is he's been punched by a bigger fighter, by 168. He's punched back at 168 for 12 rounds. Okay. He has punched back. He has been punched. He's had to maneuver. He's had to change game plans against the bigger fighter. How many times has Crawford been in that position, right? Then ask yourself, how many times has he been in that position above 154? And the answer is 0. The answer is 0. So to me, that's the most telling part of all of this. Did you get to hear any of Dana White's comments, by the way, regarding De La Hoya?
No, I didn't. What was going on there?
Okay, well, I'm going to play it for everybody. If you want to stay on and comment, you definitely can. But, feel free to hop off whenever. But this is what Dana said in regards to, okay, so you heard that De La Hoya for last Thursday was talking about they were going to make the UFC Noche at night, and CaneloBud was going to be in the afternoon. Did you hear that?
Yeah, De La Hoya was talking shit. I remember.
Yeah,
yeah, exactly.
Yep. Exactly. Okay, so this is Dana's response. He claimed that he didn't know Chavez and Jake Paul was this weekend. Okay, before I ask you your thoughts on that, right, I will say this. It is funny that the people he mentioned having good relationships with are all UK-based promoters. And it's also telling that the only people he called the crazies or the weirdos or whatever term he used are the American promoters, so that's pretty telling. But what are your thoughts, Carlos, on, he jumped off. But listen, he said, my lunch was up. Yeah, champ, be listening. Appreciate you. The Prophet always kicking it. Actually, that was a really, really good call he had. I really liked it. I'm gonna play this one more time and stop it where I need. Actually, since he just jumped off, I'm gonna go ahead and play from the beginning, because I wanted to talk about this too real quick, and then we'll get back to Bud Crawford. But this is all kind of interconnected. So Dana White was asked about the Jake Paul Chavez Jr. fight, in which Holly Holm, who famously was a UFC fighter that snapped the record of Ronda Rousey. And she's on the co-main event. If you don't remember, she was a boxer long before she was a mixed martial artist. After her MMA career, she came back to boxing, and she's been boxing for some time now. So Dana made it very clear in this interview that he had no idea Chavez and Jake Paul was taking place this weekend, head to head with UFC 317. I don't know. Is it cap? Let's see.
Because obviously on Saturday night you've got a Iliad's fight, and then Jake Paul is going head to head with you. I guess, what are your thoughts on this Saturday coming up against?
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't even fucking know that.
So Chavez
Who's
Jr.
he fighting?
Chavez Jr.
Okay.
Well, what are your thoughts on going head to head with your old pal?
I didn't even know he was fighting, so that's how concerned I am about it.
Holly's in the co-main.
Huh?
Holly Holm's in the co-main.
Oh, no shit.
Yeah.
Who's she fighting?
It's a prospect, right?
Yeah. It's like 11-9.
Yeah, okay.
Jake and Chavez is a proper fight, though, isn't it?
What's that?
Jake and Chavez is a proper fight.
Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah.
Just on the boxing thing, right? I knew when you were going to get into.
Did he not know that? Did he not know that? Is there a way that Dana White didn't know Jake Paul was fighting? I don't know. I mean, Jake Paul certainly doesn't represent the same sort of draw that he did, I think, before Tommy Fury, right? And here's the thing. I'll for sure be able to say this. If that's not true, if the Tommy Fury loss had little to no impact on his career, the Mike Tyson win sure as hell did. There's no question that his reputation in the sport took a giant shit on itself when he, I guess we'll use the word boxed Mike Tyson, but I would be open to suggestions for other words to use because there wasn't a whole lot of boxing done that night, and people don't forgive him for that. A lot of people do not forgive him for that night, you know, and it's crazy because that wasn't even pay-per-view. Like Mike Tyson used to rip us off horribly with these first round knockout pay-per-views. And I say we, I mean, I wasn't paying him for it. My dad was the one ripped off, but Jake Paul didn't even make us pay for that. Mike Tyson didn't even make us pay for that. And yet people were so mad at the fight. I was like, I don't give a fuck. It was free. You ruined my Friday night. Literally, you ruined a childhood hero. Like that was the equivalent to Wanda in the multiverse of madness, basically decapitating every single hero we love, like Xavier from the X-Men and Fantastic Four guy played by Jim. We love those people, and they fucking just like slit their throats. It was crazy. Okay. That's weird. Let's try that again. Okay, so yeah, real quick, let's go back to the shove. So yeah, Canelo definitely looked taller compared to Crawford. Right there. There's a good view of it. Now, we could also say that one of the biggest indicators that people have gained for the who's taller argument is the fight night comparison, right? The night that Canelo, I guess we'll also use the word fought, but I'm open to other words as well. William Skull. And after that, they both got in the ring, right? And people were able to notice, I guess, like more so in that moment than any other, that Crawford was looking down at Canelo. Canelo was slightly looking up at Crawford. But boxing shoes are historically thin, or famously thin, I guess, and provide very little lift. Whereas many other shoes, Jordans, boots, Timbs, I mean, they all provide some sort of lift, right? So It's tough to say for sure who is taller, but right now, I would say 100% Canelo is enjoying a bigger lift from whatever shoes he's wearing compared to Bud. Does that mean he wore lifts? Not necessarily. He could have, but it also could mean that he's in like big ass combat boots. That would be crazy though. All right, let's see. Is that? I think I know that guy. I'm gonna send a picture to Doomy. I think Doomy know that guy. Okay, let's see. So he's walking him back. And Dana's having the time of his life. You know who hates that? De La Hoya. So badly. Now, we'll get back to the De La Hoya part of this, right? De La Hoya, during his Thursday beat off session, I don't really know what it's called. What is it called? Thursday shit talk, or I don't know. It's called something, where he basically sounds off on all of boxing. And it would be so awesome. I mean, it is awesome a lot of times, but the thing itself would be awesome if De La Hoya wasn't like a huge hypocrite, right? Because like the shit he talks about Eddie or Frank or Bob or even Dana, he's been so guilty of himself. You know, when you look back at Golden Boy MMA, or what was it called? I don't even know. When he got Tito Ortiz and was it Chuck Liddell? Fuck, it was Chuck Liddell. Jeez, goddamn. I mean, come on. It doesn't get more slimier as a promoter than those kinds of fights. Also, you have a fighter on your promotion who is arguably your biggest attraction, and he is either a racist or a dipshit, and you've literally never condemned anything he's ever said. And that's okay. But again, or it's not okay, but you know, obviously it's your prerogative. But what I'm saying is that it makes you a hypocrite to call out people like Dana for shit that you do. That doesn't mean that Oscar's not wrong, right? I have talked to many people in the boxing sphere, and there are a lot of managers, publicists, fighters, journalists who very much question Dana's ability to get around the boxing logistics of this fight card. And those are very, very fair concerns. Now, truthfully, I don't think this is going to be a shit show. I don't think that I think Netflix will do fine streaming it. I'm sure they'll learn from whatever shit show Jake Paul and Mike Tyson produced. But it was served up on a silver platter, like Oscar said. And that's true. This whole thing was just gifted to Dana White. You know, and they said, "Oh, you said you were going to be in boxing. What happened to Zuffa Boxing?" Oh, well, we couldn't call it Zuffa Boxing because there was already a Zuffa Boxing. Well, then, what happened to boxing? You weren't going to do boxing. It's like, oh, well, we have the fight pass and we've been doing these fights. So then, like, to play it off until the point where you get here today with the richest fight in the sport, representing two of the biggest names of this generation, and you have it all tied up on a bow. You know, it's hard to fuck this one up, is what I'm trying to say. Okay. It's hard to fuck this up. If you are Dana, you are basically like, this is a unfuckable promotion. It is an unfuckable promotion, and you are being given the keys to this kingdom. And that is what De La Hoya is. Oh shit, I almost sneezed again. That's what De La Hoya is mad at. Okay. De La Hoya is mad that his relationship with Turkey wasn't, I think, what he thought it was at first. And we're going back, like, you know, from the last couple of years or whatever, but excluding everything from the last 6 months, right? Excluding all of 2025, I think it's fair to say that Oscar would have assumed that he was going to be given the keys to the kingdom. I think it's assumable that, you know, when we heard that Dana wasn't going to be promoting the fight, because does everybody remember when Turkey basically said Dana wasn't promoting the fight? And then we heard like a lot of stuff back and forth about who was. Then 2 weeks go by. We hear very little to nothing in that regard. And then all of a sudden, Dana's promoting again. And what happens after that? Oscar goes on his promotion, right? Or on his Friday night promotion on DAZN, a card headed up by, Beck the Bully and Fulham, right? And announces a 5-on-5 PBC versus Golden Boy card. I mean, they didn't say it was a 5-on-5, but everybody I've talked to has said it was going to be a 5-on-5, possibly a 4-on-4, but 5-on-5 is just a better promotion, I think, right? Easier to sell, I think. But they were going to have this promotion and they were going to do this thing, right? And they're still talking about it and they're still working all the details out. Okay, so anyway, you had Oscar, shit on everything, and he didn't like the fact that he's not promoting this fight. You know what I would love to hear though? Let me tell you what I'd love to hear. And not because like I'm a hater or anything like that, or simply because I very much appreciate when this world delegates shit. Like delegates things that you deserve. When karma catches up with people, like I don't know if karma is actually a real thing, right? Like where there's this force that we call karma, right? And understand as the term karma, but is actually some other force that exists within quantum physics that we don't understand or see. I wish it was real. I hope it is real. I hope that when we die, like we meet this karma thing and are able to like dap it up and shit. But it don't exclude, you know what I mean? And at the same time, it don't come through, like it works at its own pace. I would absolutely call this karma. When you look at all of the shit talk that De La Hoya has done over the years, specifically about Canelo, I would love to hear at some point in this promotion, or maybe even like in a documentary about this fight, years later or whatever, that Canelo insisted that man be nowhere near his fucking promotion. And maybe that's why De La Hoya did what he did and called out Canelo the way he did, right? Maybe that's where this riff has been taken to. Because I'll be honest, I would have expected Canelo and De La Hoya to get over it by now. I really would. Everybody else does, right? The only other two famous promoter-fighter quarrel that we have never seen, we've never seen mended. Well, I guess there's a bunch of them. I was going to say Floyd and Bob, but then I think about it. It's like, wait, there's like 5 different fighters with Bob just in this era that I don't think talk to him anymore. And so, look, bro, you got the 2 biggest names in boxing, right? In America, okay? You got the 2 biggest names in boxing, and they're about to fight, okay? How are you not associated with it as a promoter? You got to be associated with it, right? But then you look at it and you say, well, who built Crawford? Top Rank. Who built Canelo? Golden Boy. And neither of them are associated with this promotion. These hoes ain't loyal. But it's not loyalty, though. It really ain't. Because what does it matter at this point, right? Like you could argue who's better for Virgil Ortiz's career. Oscar De La Hoya, Eddie Hearn, Frank, Bob, Dana. I think there's an easy answer there, right? But when you ask, oh, well, who's better to promote like Virgil Ortiz versus like Jake Paul? Well, that might be a different answer. That might be a different answer. Gone are the days where a Hispanic promoter can finesse a Hispanic fighter into believing they're the only ones that will look out for him, because everybody fucks everybody. In the entertainment business, in boxing, wrestling, MMA, all of them. Everybody's looking to get over on the other person. That's just the way it is. So now Canelo and Crawford have gotten to the point where they're their own brands, they're their own business, and they're not looking to feed the hand that took from them for a very long time, aka Oscar De La Hoya, aka Top Rank. These two figures that were called out by Dana have something in common, and that is that they mostly promote in America. Eddie and Frank, yeah, you ain't ever beef with them because they don't promote on your territory. I don't know where this boxing thing goes, but I could tell you that this was all very, very predictable. Dana in that interview at some point says, we know boxing doesn't work well together. Bitch, when has MMA ever worked together? I'm still waiting on that Strikeforce UFC fucking fight. on that Fedor Brock Lesnar fight, bro. Stop it. What are you talking about? The only reason we got to see Nick Diaz and GSP was because you bought out the fucking company. The only reason we got to see Pitbull from Bellator in UFC is because you finally snagged him in a contract. You don't work with anybody either. Stop it. You know, to knock boxing, like, bro, it's everything. Everything. Do you remember that famous WWF versus WCW pay-per-view? Yeah, me neither. Do you remember that famous Top Rank versus Golden Boy Cold War pay-per-view? Me neither. Do you remember that badass pay-per-view where Golden Boy took on PBC and it was a battle for the rights because they burst into his hospital bedroom and demanded that he sign over relinquishing rights of Golden Boy fighters and the whole company? No, we don't remember that either. I'm just saying. What goes around comes around. I don't know what Dana did well to deserve having, but he's going to have the time of his life doing it. And here's the other part. I don't think he ever got this out of his blood. When they did Conor and Floyd, he was very excited. What killed it for him and what he didn't appreciate about it as much was the fact that he wasn't running the show, right? Floyd was running the show. Therefore, Showtime had the majority of the power. Steven Espinosa and a lot of the suits around him were more in control of that promotion than Dana White ever was. And so when you look back at that fight, it looks like a boxing promotion on a boxing network ran by boxing people. And Dana White kind of just sat in a chair next to Conor and, you know, took home what he was going to take home. But it wasn't a lot of effort. It didn't have to be. I think he always missed it. I do. I think that was a whirlwind for him. I love MMA. I love the UFC. But there has never been a fight of that magnitude in MMA. Never, ever, ever. Even when you bring up the golden age of light heavyweights in UFC, or heavyweights further back in the UFC, or welterweights in a more modern era of the currency in the UFC, when you bring up all of these things and you look back at like GSP, BJ Penn, or you know, who else? Anderson Silva fights with Griffin, I guess, or John Jones, Rampage Evans. Like, you look at some of these super fights that have done really big numbers, right? None of them really have that. None of them at all have that appeal, that crossover appeal that McGregor Floyd had, or Pacquiao Mayweather, or Klitschko Joshua, or Mike Tyson Jake Paul. Fuck it. It's true. None of them have that crossover appeal like that. CaneloBud, I think it does. Dana could be helpful for this, but I don't know. I think I could have promoted this and done fairly well. I mean, not literally, but let's see. Yo, real quick. This is what I wanted to show y'all real quick. So this is just a short little thing. Now, the BET Awards and the Streamer Prom have come out last few weeks or months or whatever, and there's a lot of clips that came from them. Specifically, one of them was the Kai Cenat, who did not recognize Wale, but I'm bringing all this up just because I want y'all to hear this part.
The thirst crimes are at just dissing Travis Scott. He isn't just dissing Travis Scott. He's interrogating the character of a whole generation. Look, he's putting today's clout chasers on the stand, and he's asking, do you stand for anything, or are you just standing next to anything trending? Now, on Clips' latest single, So Be It, they're not just airing out one rapper. they're confronting a larger rock. Travis is just the poster child of a bigger problem. Look, we live in a time where clout chasing gets praise, but let's call it what it is: meat riding. From artists to brands, the thirst crimes are at an all-time high, going unchecked. I mean, who can forget The Rock launching a hair care line with no hair? Hey, Dwayne, I smell that bullshit you cooking, my guy. Mercedes and Ice Spice. I know Bruno Sacco is rolling over in his grave. When clout becomes currency, we don't just cheapen the art, we undermine taste. When taste disappears, we're left with algorithms that reward rot, not creativity. We're left with one of the world's biggest streamers not knowing one of the world's great lyricists. We're not just witnessing a generational gap, we're witnessing cultural decay. So when you see the Clips still doing a collab with BBC, that's a reminder that some shit still has a code. Now, collab cousins, what's more important to you, loyalty or visibility?
Fuck. All right. Oh, shit. Whew. Fucking taking way too many supplements these days. All right. Yeah, that was crazy. Take. I love it though, because if you don't understand what's going on right now, there is some crazy shit happening with hip hop. I don't know how many people follow hip hop out there. I don't really as much as I used to. I love all music. And what I loved about hip hop has disappeared a lot. What I loved about rap has disappeared a lot. And there are still like super talented people out there, right? Super, super talented. But what they aren't is popular. You know, they talked about that Kai CNET clip. I don't know if y'all see that Kai clip, but he didn't know who Wale was. Like, he didn't recognize him. And that's not a big deal, but he knows every other fucking shitty rapper, from Ice Spice to fucking Nicki Minaj, or not Nicki's all right, Cardi B, or like whoever the fuck is just popping at the time, right? And it's a culture war. It's a culture war is what starting to happen in hip hop. And I see it. I see it because I'm not paying attention like I used to. I'm seeing it because I'm seeing this shift, right? There's these guys who are basically putting out bullshit and writing trends, right? And then they make a career off of it. And that's what I think the Clips are saying and Push is saying about Drake and Travis. It's like, yo, Travis is only popping because he's only ever done music with these people that were popping at the time. Same reason, you know, it's the same whole line with Kendrick and Drake, right? You go to Atlanta when you need a check balance. This is the real challenge. Like, that whole thing was designed to like get at the industry, you know? So it does have a lot of context. I feel like exactly what we're dealing with now, but I did want to show that right quick before we get back to the Canelo Crawford saga. Let me see.
Calling me out and won the fight and everything. I don't get me wrong. Okay.
This is gonna be fucking hilarious. If you have not seen this, you're welcome.
Don't get me wrong, okay? He's a good fighter, a great fighter. I always say before I see him calling me out and won the fight and everything, I say before he's a great fighter. But if you look at his career, mention one elite fighter. Just mention me one elite fighter.
So Postal wasn't elite?
Who?
Victor Postal.
Who's that guy?
Oh, so he wasn't commercialized. He wasn't a great. Ricky Burns wasn't elite.
What? 40 years old champion in that moment beat Mr. Postal in my gym. I saw that.
So Ricky Burns wasn't elite.
Ricky Burns doesn't elite.
He said Ricky Burns, bro.
There is a champions, good fighters, but elite. Don't get me wrong, okay? He's a good fighter, a great fighter. I always say before I see him calling me out and won the fight and everything, I say before he's a great fighter. But if you look at his career, mention one elite fighter. Just mention me one elite fighter.
So Postal wasn't elite?
Who?
Victor Postal.
Who's that guy?
Oh, so he wasn't commercialized. He wasn't a great. Ricky Burns wasn't elite.
What? 40 years old champion in that moment beat Mr. Poster in my gym. I saw that.
So Ricky Burns wasn't elite.
Ricky Burns doesn't elite.
Okay,
He's not elite.
It's cool. Well,
is there a champion?
I'm going to fight another elite.
There is
fighter
a champions, good fighters, but elite fighters is different. Wait.
So I'm gonna fight an elite fighter in September.
Yeah. Okay.
Then we're
gonna find out.
Then we're gonna find out.
And don't get me wrong, you're a great fighter.
I know I'm great.
You're a great fighter. But you're gonna find out. I hope your uncle Turki Alashi pay you enough money because it's gonna be the last. That's for sure.
It may be. Maybe.
I hope he pay you enough.
But after fighters fight me, they never the same. So I just hope your career continue.
If you look at my career, never the same after me. Don't get me wrong, okay? He's a good fighter, a great fighter. I always say before I see him calling me out and want to fight and everything, I say before he's a great fighter. But if you look at his career, mention one elite fighter. Just mention me one elite fighter.
So Postal wasn't elite?
Who?
Victor Postal.
Who's that guy?
Who's that guy? Joe, I'm sorry, bro. That is, I don't know. You know what? Like, I wouldn't be surprised if one day, right? Like, after Canelo's been long retired and like he just drops the accent and it's like the whole time he's just kind of got like a, normal voice and doesn't sound like a Mexican chipmunk trying to talk English sometimes. I'm just saying it sometimes, come on. The vibes. Who's that guy? Like, that's a troll. You understand that, right? He can say, who's that guy? Very simply. But he knows what time it is. Canelo knows what everybody wants. They want that Andrade shit talk. You know what I'm saying? They want that he broke into your fucking press conference and he is trying to steal the show shit talk. That's what they want. That's what we want. This was it right here. This was it. Right? Canelo's been waiting for this fight to be signed before he let that shit out the gate. And he did it hard, bro. Look at this shit. He said, well, who's that guy?
Just mention me one elite fighter.
So Postal wasn't elite?
Who?
Victor Postal.
Who's that guy?
Oh, fuck. That's hilarious, bro. But you see how Bud is even playing this game. Why I wouldn't have played it. I would have been like, okay. When I beat your ass, I guess you'll be my only one, huh? You fucking redheaded freckled bitch. Like, I would have been talking all that shit, right? Like, first of all, elite is a weird word. It's a weird word because it means a lot of different things to a lot of people within boxing. I would not consider Ricky Burns elite. Victor Postal, I would not consider elite either. I wouldn't consider these world-class. Well, no, Postal was a world-class fighter. He definitely was. But they're not world beaters. That's a difference, right? When you can be in the fight, that's one thing. But when you're expected to win that fight, that's a completely different thing. Yo, what the fuck happened to my internet? I don't know what that is. Oh well.
So he wasn't commercialized. He wasn't a great. Ricky Burns wasn't elite.
What? 40 years old champion in that moment beat Mr. Poster in my gym. I saw that.
So Ricky Burns wasn't elite.
Ricky Burns doesn't elite.
Rookie bums. That's what he said, bro. That's what he said. He was calling him Ricky bums, bro. Stop it. That's what he said. That's exactly what he said. Ricky bums. Yo, I'm telling you right now, this man in the black jacket and the black glasses with the red hair showed up with fucking like, I'm not saying it was The Rock with this promo in his hand and he's just reading it off like, oh, who's that guy? Like, I'm not saying it's that, right? It's not that. But it is kind of that, I think. You know, I'm not saying he wrote these lines on the way to the fucking interview. I'm saying he already had these lines with him written down, right? I mean, this is just out of the troll playbook, bro. I mean, this is like what's the black dude's name who is on Twitter and he's always beefing with Bud? He drives a forklift. Y'all know who I'm talking about. Homeboy. Like, it's like him, bro. Like, what am I going to listen to him for? Why would I ever consider anything he says in boxing? I'm not saying he's not funny or he's not entertaining. I'm just saying that, you know, he's got a clear bias and doesn't really know shit about what he's talking about. And that's okay. That's okay. You know, it's just like, why would I go to him and be like, oh, who am I going to bet on this week? Or who should we pick? Like, his bias are always clear. And on top of that, he picks wrong a vast majority of the time. So it's not like a situation where I'd go to him for anything, right? And this is that troll right here. This is like Canelo saw these trolls for years or months or days or weeks, and he's just like, what gets under the skin of Terrence Crawford? Ooh, this guy, you know, it's that shit. It's that type of shit. Oh shit. Did this work?
Okay,
He's not elite.
it's cool. Well,
Is there a champion?
I'm going to fight another elite
There is
fighter
a champions,
in September.
good fighters, but elite fighters is different. Wait.
So I'm going to fight an elite fighter in September.
Yeah. Okay.
Then we're
we
going to
fight.
See, that was like what he said, but it was like too soft with that shit, right? I would have been like, yeah, well, I'm gonna beat that fucking elite out of your ass real quick. I guess I'll never fight an elite fighter because you didn't look very elite against Bivol. You didn't look elite against Golovkin. You fought an elite, but have you been elite? Or do you just get that elite A-side treatment? Is that how you beat Golovkin? Or is that how you beat Laura? No, that's how you beat Trout. My bad. That's how you beat Golovkin the second time, though, right? Right? Wasn't that how you did it? Or how'd you do it? How'd you do it against Bivol? Oh, you lost against Bivol. That's my bad. Have you ever beaten an elite fighter? Like, for real beaten them? Like, have you ever actually, like, taken a fight and everybody's like, oh, no, Canelo won that fight? You never have, right? Okay, so I guess neither one of us have really beaten an elite guy then, huh? Like, that's how I would have played it. But Crawford, this is what Crawford has to do, right? And I'm not saying this is the case, but this is the case oftentimes with fighters from fighters that are elite, right? Fighters that are like come from this place where they've reached the top. And that's like you're fighting a guy and you're like too mesmerized by their aura, right? By who they are. Like, oh, that's the guy who's that's the guy who fought Golovkin, or that's the guy that fought Cotto, or that's the guy that whatever, it was like Victor Ortiz with Mayweather, or actually a lot of people with Mayweather, except for Maidana, probably. Most people, they're like, oh yeah, I want to get along with this guy, right? This guy's giving me an opportunity, and then you're like in awe of them. That's what would happen with Pacquiao. Pacquiao would do this all shucks routine, and it was I think Abe's the one that told me this one time. Like it's like a thing, like it's like a mind trick, right? Like, oh man, he's so nice. He gave me this gift. Yeah, he was so nice. And that the pressure's like, oh no, he's good. He's a good guy. Like, he's the better. Like, you know what I mean? He would play that all shucks routine shit. And then when fight night came and that bell rang and they were the only two in the ring, he turned into a fucking monster, an animal. your worst nightmare. A guy that you'd fight that felt like you were fighting 3 different guys because he could take angles at a split second's time. He could shift momentum, balance, guard, whatever the fuck, just like that. I mean, it's no one's ever done what Manny does as well as he does. Lomachenko did it really well from a technical standpoint, right? Because Manny wasn't very good technically, let's be honest, right? His footwork was a little flawed, but he was so good at doing what he did. It's like Michael Jordan, okay? If you're going to teach your son basketball or you're going to coach basketball, are you going to start by trying to teach everybody how to dunk from the free throw line? No, fucking of course not. That would be absolutely stupid. So you wouldn't start, by doing all this shit at the highest level. So then it's like, I don't know. He's just playing into his hand is really what the whole case is.
We're gonna find out.
And don't get me wrong, you're a great fighter.
I know I'm great.
You're a great fighter. But are you gonna find out? I hope your uncle Turkey Alashi pay you enough money because it's gonna be the
Yo, did he call him Uncle Turkey?
Turkey Alashi pay you enough money. Find out. And don't get me wrong, you're a great fighter.
I know I'm great.
You're a great fighter. But are you gonna find out? I hope your uncle Turkey Alashi pay you enough money because it's gonna be the last. That's for sure.
It may.
Huh. He called him uncle. Huh. That was a weird comment. What did he mean by that? I hope your uncle Turkey Al-Sheikh paid you enough money. I'm not saying, I'm just saying.
Maybe.
I hope he pay you enough.
But
okay. So time out from the whole actual conversation and what really matters about this whole thing. Can we ask this question? Why the fuck is Tom Brady doing this interview dressed like a douchebag? Why is Tom Brady why is Tom Brady on the dais of a Ring Magazine interview of 2 of the greatest fighters of this era? Why? I mean, are they both getting a famous divorce? What would he add to this? Like, what would he add to this out here dressed like he about to pose for the cover of GQ? What does he add? Like, who is in Boston decked out in their fucking New England Patriots shit, right? Flipping through their phone and they're like, oh shit, Tom Brady's here. Oh, I'm gonna fucking buy that pay-per-view. The fuck? Who gives a fuck? Who cares? And why is Shaq there? Yo, Turkey, you know what Turkey reminds me of? You know those jokes that people make where they're like, oh yeah, the Asian car cleaner or the Asian, take it down to the Asian dry cleaners. Oh, what's it called? Oh, it's called Super Awesome Hot Dog Coca-Cola #1 American Dry Cleaners. You know, like that joke where you just list a bunch of shit that sounds like super American. And it's like, oh, that's the fucking culture of America right there. That's what Turkey is. That's who Turkey is. Turkey's a guy who's like, oh, we need this to be Americana. We need Shaq and Tom Brady. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? First of all, you went back and got some aging ass fucking athletes. That's first of all. Second of all, what the fuck do either of these guys know about boxing? Let me tell you right now. The minute they brought up Victor Postal and Ricky Burns, you could see neither of them had anything to add. Nothing. You know why? Because they've never seen Victor Postal fight, nor Ricky Burns. And they sure as fuck did not watch Terrence Crawford fight either of them. I get it, dude. I get it. This is all a clout chasing world, and that's how you make money. You chase the clout. Who's got clout? Tom, you got clout. Come on through. Booker T, you got clout. Come on through. You know what I'm saying? Pat McAfee. Oh, your clout's through the roof. You better come and stay twice. That was a pause. Like, I get that, but damn, it's fucking weird. It's whack too. Like boxing, I never ever experienced it with boxing. Like boxing didn't cater to the bullshit, right? It never did before. Not really. I mean, I guess like the Burger King guy came out once. I remember that. Justin Bieber, I think, at a time too. I mean, sure, boxing attracts the commercial shit, right? I have no doubt that Tom Brady and Shaq would both watch this fight. But what the fuck do I care about hearing them talk about that fight? I have no doubt in my mind that Steve Kim would have provided better context in one of those chairs. I have no doubt that people like Mike Woods or Abe, even Doug Fisher, who's the fucking editor, why wouldn't he be sitting here providing context? Why is there not one fucking boxing guy with a microphone in his face? That's why I want to give you my money, because you want it too bad. You're so thirsty with this shit, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like Tom Brady and Shaq. The fuck are y'all doing? Like, bro, I know that we're gonna see iShow Speed and Kai Cenat at the fucking weigh-ins or some shit, streaming probably live from there. This is my sport now, I guess. Catering to God knows who. And here's the other part about it. The people that are going to watch the fight based on the Tom Brady's and the Shaqs of the world, because those people exist, they're going to steal it. They're going to steal it. They're not going to buy it. I don't know, bro. Like, this isn't on the TV, right? This isn't going to be on ESPN. This is going to be a situation where any people that see this have some sort of internet savvy or social media connection or whatever. And I'm sorry, but those people don't give a fuck about Shaq and Tom Brady watching their fights. I don't know. Maybe I'm too giving it too much. But I will say the skyline setup was fairly dope. That's cool. You know, they had the like lookout thing. But I'm sorry, it's just a weird fucking vibe. Dana White, the MMA guy, Shaq, the basketball guy, and Tom Brady, the football guy. Then you have the classic ring belt and whatever the fuck this is. And yet this is a undisputed match for the title. Where are all the belts? Because the narrative isn't even that anymore.
Maybe.
I hope he pay you enough.
But you know, after fighters fight me, they never the same. So I just hope your career continue.
If you look at my career, never the same after me.
Yeah, I mean, you could also say it's not the same because everybody who fights on their last leg. I'm just being real. Okay. Okay, a real quick MMA update here before we move on to WWE Saudi Arabia and the latest on that. Champ, it's in the chat, champ. If you want to jump on, the link is in the X chat, Twitch chat, YouTube chat. I think the only one is not in is the Facebook, but you could definitely go to one of the other ones. XIG, is it in IG? No, but it is now. Yo, shout out to Adam Champ in the chat. Boxing fan once was lost, but now is found again. Okay, so God damn the flies. Okay, so we are talking now about the official retirement of John Jones. Now, last week, I had a live in which I basically told you already that he was retired because that's basically what he told to Full Send. In that podcast, he made it very clear that he is not fighting Aspinall anytime soon. Now, what's weird about this situation is that before the summer, or like right when the summer started, there were comments from John Jones, who essentially was trying to like downplay the retirement talk. And it didn't seem like he was sure of what he was going to do for sure. Right. And by the time he figured it out, all this shit had kind of unfolded and come to a head. But he's not in a situation anymore where it's like they officially announced it. Okay, so like before that, it wasn't official, and now UFC has officially announced it, and they've also made Aspinall the heavyweight champ.
John Jones called us last night and retired. John Jones is officially retired. Tom Aspinall is the heavyweight champion of the UFC. John Jones called us last night.
So that was the announcement this past weekend.
Travis.
And it was set for a oh shit. Yeah, so they were trying to make that fight, I think, still in the background. I really do. The fact that they finally came out and announced that tells me they were at least still somewhat hopeful about that. Oh, by the way, shout out to the very, very biggest dipshit governor in the world for doing something half decent, Governor Greg Abbott, who on Sunday vetoed the Texas THC ban. It was a pretty big shock for most. Dan Patrick, who's the lieutenant governor, made it a top priority to get rid of hemp and hemp-related products like THC. Now, remember, these are the people that did absolutely nothing when the billionaire company and the Sacklers, a trillionaire family, basically made everybody in the Midwest addicted to fucking heroin. I mean, you know, they called it something fancier than that. Oxycodone, hydrocodone, Vicodin, whatever. But it's heroin. It's opioids. They're the same. Produce the same sort of chemical response. And if you've never read this book, Dope Sick, or watched the show on Hulu, then you should, because you'll know for sure how many of these people that have been in office while this was happening did shit all. And then here you have Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick, who, by the way, gets millions from the alcohol industry. Okay. He didn't want hemp to go away or THC to go away because it's a problem and a scourge in our society. That's not why. He did it because he wants you to drink Bud Light. He wants you to drink Budweiser. He wants you to drink whatever spirits are owned by whatever company that is some conglomerate that, you know, hides its own wealth and owner status, majority or minority, whatever. So that you don't know that this company is directly paying Dan Patrick to basically kill off any sort of social, a substance taken socially. So yeah, I mean, I think that Greg Abbott's a big giant piece of shit, and we could sit here and I could tell you for an hour how many different things he's done to sell out people in Texas. And this isn't a Democrat thing. This isn't a Republican thing. He is a giant piece of shit who takes money from the exact places where he says that he's going to control or get underhand. He's a piece of shit. He's a piece of shit. But he did one thing right. He vetoed the ban on THC products. So things like Delta 8 will remain legalized. You know, I don't know how many people have ever tried that shit, that Delta 8 shit. I've never tried it. I've never had it. I smoke. No, I'm not going to settle for just the THC. right? I've done enough research in my life to know that opioids and benzos are far worse than taking in cannabis to help with whatever it is that you need help with. There's like so many of these medications that have crazy side effects versus that do the things that cannabis does already. You know, whether it's helping to increase an appetite or help with pain from serious illnesses and diseases like cancer, osteoporosis, just like so many different things, right? And then the medications that they want you to take have crazy side effects that aren't as good for you. And we don't know long-term side effects. And you can say the same thing about cannabis, but we know a lot more than we do for those. So definitely wanted to give a shout out for anybody who was scared that Delta 8 was going away. Let's see. By the way, shout out to OKC for their win. It was without Tyrese Halliburton in crucial aspects of the game. Sucks, but ooh, damn, that knee shot. This was it right here. I'll show it to y'all right quick.
Right away when he fell. Halliburton's hurt right away when he fell. What's that strained calf? He's in pain, so emotional.
Oh shit.
Right calf right away.
It just gave out. Y'all see that? That shit just gave out. But look at that. He couldn't even fucking use it, bro.
It's the right
that
calf
just gave out.
right away.
So, yeah, that was crazy. Also, shout out Elon Musk launched the robo taxis. Crazy, bro. Crazy. Yeah, I saw that, Matt. I saw his Achilles is torn. That's so fucked up, bro. It sucks because he was obviously like a giant reason they were where they were. And this was such a good series when you think about, like, I played sports all my life, in college a little, continued to play like flag football and like softball, shit like that, basketball in like leagues and stuff, like adult leagues. And when you see like teams that get there without just like a big three or big two or whatever the fuck, it's cool. You know what I mean? It's cool to see that kind of like old school basketball utilized, even though it's not utilized in the way that it should be. But same thing happened to KD. Oh, I remember that. That KD thing was fucked, bro. That was fucked. I mean, and that's the other part of it. Like that, the same thing you could say about KD back then. Do the Pacers get back to the championship? Like, do they ever have this chance again before Halliburton's gone, or, you know, any other pieces of the puzzle? Because that's a team that can't afford to lose any one piece, you know, because it, I mean, it depends what you get back, I guess, but you know, it's a tough shot. But listen, I do want to get into the WWE of it all. So I have a couple of different things that I've finessed for everyone in terms of WWE news. So if you didn't know, and we spoke about this at the beginning of the show, but I'm going to go over it again. If you did not know, WWE Saudi Arabia has a next year. How will be gone all year? Oh yeah, of course. Duh. Fuck. What am I talking about? Hell yeah. Damn. Oh, fuck. I just realized that. I can't believe I just overlooked that factoid. But yeah, bro, it happened at the last game of the season. Not just the team's last game, but literally the last game of that NBA season. It couldn't have been a worse thing at all. It could not have gone worse than that. To have it happen at the end and it, you know, just kind of generate that kind of shit. But listen, I want to talk about WWE real quick. I want to talk about Saudi. We're not going to harp on it too long. We'll get into the boxing from this past weekend as well as some Raw shit for this week. But look, Night of Champions is in Saudi Arabia. As of about an hour ago, we heard from Dave Meltzer that flights between the UAE are canceled. The airspace that operates over Saudi, where's Tehran? Where was it? Where's Tehran? I forget. Okay, well, real quick, let me show you this before I finish what I'm saying. What were the countries? It was oh my god, I'm gonna see it and then I'm gonna be so pissed because they're just like on the tip of my tongue. Okay, so first of all, this came out about 3 hours ago. And as you can see, the TKO group, which I thought I followed, but I guess not, has put out a schedule for this week. Monday tonight, they're in Columbus, Ohio. Tuesday, they'll be in Florida for NXT. UFC BJJ, which is something that takes place on the Fight Pass, is going to happen Wednesday. And then UFC X, I don't know if I know what that is, but I'm guessing it's like an expo. SmackDown on Friday in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Night of Champions, Saturday, June 28th, Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. And then Saturday as well, UFC 317. Taporia defending his title in Las Vegas. Now, I want to make sure that it's like fully understood here, okay? This is like business as usual, okay? This is all business as usual. None of this is a situation where they are priming us for anything we didn't know, right? And these are all things that go out. I wouldn't be surprised if this post was scheduled to go out at some point. Let me promote the show, the wrestling aspect of it right quick. But I am very, very So, yeah, I think that it's fair to say that they are not sure yet. Now, I said this earlier, right? I said this earlier. It is going to take a lot to stop WWE from going to Saudi. It is going to take a lot to stop them because they want to make that money. That Saudi money is way too much. And Machine Gun Matt knows that. That's why he said they're going. It ain't even a question for him. Now, I guess I'll call myself a journalist, whatever. As a journalist, I want to report what I know, right? And then make sure that I let my opinion known. Like, okay, this is my opinion, right? So take it how you want. That's an opinion that Matt is giving, but it is based on a lot of knowledge and experience and understanding of this game, specifically how WWE operates. And this is a guy, Matt, who's seen probably every single Saudi show and knows that there was an issue with them flying back a few years ago. Now, I don't know how many people know this outside the wrestling community, but the Saudis were upset with WWE. Rumor is that they reneged on an extra show they were going to do, or I don't even know if that's part's true, but there was like issues, right? WWE was supposed to do more. They were Saudi was supposed to pay more. I don't know. But all I know is that it was a tumultuous situation. And for hours, wrestlers were stuck on the tarmac, scared that they were no longer going to be just flying out of Saudi. They stayed on the tarmac for a while. Dude, there are like little fucking gnats everywhere. Where the fuck are they coming from? Fucking things. Okay. So anyway, are they going? Are they not? My question would be, do they have the ability to go? Right? Because it's like Matt said, they're going. If it's up to them, they're going. It's not a question. But if you are the WWE superstar, is it worth it to you? I mean, the WWE company is making a shit ton of money, so it'd be worth it for the company to go over there. But if you're a WWE superstar, either wanting to keep yourself safe or wanting to have some sort of political stance, I guess. I don't know. I don't know. All I know is that the WWE has a very, very close tie with the man in the White House. And if there is a situation that can be navigated around, I think they'll do it. And the card on Friday and Saturday, they're too big to just simply cancel. People keep talking about canceling. They're not going to cancel. Okay. Nobody's canceling shit. Will they move it? That's the question. And I have a few I will call them sources, whatever, that have stated that they are very, very, very likely to go along with the show. Whether that means they're allowed to go to Saudi or they move it to somewhere in the UK is also a potential thing. And I think that's true. I do. I think that they would move it if they could, right? If the logistics can work. Now you're talking about like, the Night of Champions set, the ring, like all of that shit. You're having to like get it all done last minute. I think they have the ability to do it. I do. Yeah, it's about not losing money. That's right. That's exactly what it is. And that's what Abe had said too. Whatever won't lose them money will be the decision that they make. Now, if we look at the card, okay, I cannot see them just saying, okay, we'll move John Cena, CM Punk. The match that the only match we knew we were going to make this whole time since fucking December or November of last year or January, CM Punk and John Cena. That was always going to be a plan. So I'm also seeing a lot of people saying that that this could be a last minute move, right? And people don't like that. People don't like that. People don't like what's going on right now. I mean, look, I'll show y'all the social medias for TKO. Okay, so this is the big thing or the schedule that I showed you. And the posts are, or the comments are, you're putting hundreds of people in danger. F you, TKO. You're putting your entire talent at serious risk. Cancel or move Night of Champions. Don't turn on the news. No way you're not canceling Saudi. Where's the love for your roster? Hey guys, check the news. Do they know missiles flying over Saudi and you're still flying them out there? You putting the wrestlers in danger for not relocating. Tone deaf as fuck. You do not see the news. I mean, look, this is a lot, bro. This is a lot. Trash company won't even postpone, cancel Night of Champions while we're on the brink of war. It's too obvious y'all don't care about your talent. Cancel Night of Champions or move it to Saudi. You guys can't be serious. So I'm just going through all this, and I haven't seen one thing yet. I haven't seen one thing where people are like, oh, yeah, well, you know, I'm still going to watch. It's cool. Matt said, if they do cancel the show, what about SmackDown? People are worried about Night of Champions. What about the weekly show that needs to air from Saudi? Exactly. This is way more than just Saturday's Night of Champions. There are logistics here that have been set up for months. And, you know, Abe said this earlier, and I agree with him. WWE is a big enough company and a strong enough company, specifically right now. They can move this. They could move it easily. I'm not easily, but I'm sure they could move it with more ease than basically almost any other promotion on the planet, right? Like if, God forbid, Canelo and, you know, like let's say like Vegas was like attacked or something, like, you know, it's a situation where they can't move Canelo Crawford. There's no way you could move them within a week. The cards that have always been talked about being moved, like major cards in MMA and boxing, they always get canceled. I mean, unless somebody can give me an example when it didn't happen, but I could give you probably at least half a dozen to a dozen examples, modern examples. John Jones happened to him twice. They said they'd move it from Cali to Vegas or Vegas to Cali, whatever, because of the commission that wouldn't let him fight. Happened to Conor McGregor. Happened to Rios. Yeah, it did happen to Rios, right? Yeah, hell yeah. This is Karrion Kross's champ. Fuck yes, bro. This is it right here, bro. Okay. First of all, getting into it, right? Because I didn't get to go live on wrestling last week. I mean, I did, but I didn't get to like do an actual show on it. So I have not talked about shit when it comes to this stuff. But I am still upset that Sami Zayn isn't going to Saudi for the King of the Ring. Like right now, what we have is kind of horseshit. Either we're going to get Randy Orton, the rematch with John Cena that literally nobody wants, or we're going to get the winner versus Cody and Jay. And that's to say Cody. There's no way they're putting Jay over tonight, right? No way. We all agree, right? We all agree that even if they put Jay over, it will not be in the form of winning that match. He's not going to Saudi to compete against Randy Orton. No. There's no story. The story from day one has been Randy Orton will do anything and to anybody to get his hands on John Cena. And that anything is beating the shit out of him. And that anyone is Cody Rhodes. And he's made that very clear to Cody himself. Crazy how the booking is making you pick between top guys, ain't it, Mario? Yeah, that's a fair point. That's a very good point. You're right. Hell yeah. Look, all right, Matt, you a fucking bitch. You shit, dude. And I hate when you do that shit on fucking chat too. I mean, if you were here, you would just keep talking and I could hide behind your conversation. But yeah, no, you're right. You're right. You're absolutely right. The booking is working. I don't have a problem with that side of the bracket. I have a problem with Sami losing. And not even because he should win. I mean, I think he should win the King of the Ring. But that's not the reason why. The reason why is because it's something new. It's something different. After Mania, we were given a direction, and that direction continues. But I mean, let's speed it up a little, bro. But my fear is that we're going to see Cody versus John Cena 2 at SummerSlam. Oh, I acknowledge it. I acknowledge it. Hell yeah. I acknowledge it. Where's Roman Reigns and all this? Because he'll be at SummerSlam, right? That's my question. But you have to look at the way the booking went. And I think that Sammy being in the King of the Ring finals made way more sense than not, because everybody would have assumed he'd win. So if he doesn't win, there you go. You bought yourself a nice little gimmick there or booking. And then if he loses, or when he loses, it's a situation where nobody gives a fuck. I mean, not nobody gives a fuck, but he's still Sammy. He's still lovable. You know what I mean? He's still that guy. You know, it's like Randy said on Monday. He said, Sammy, I know you'll be world champion, just not now. This isn't your time. This isn't your time, and this isn't your place to get it done. And that's fair, you know. But as we look at the card, is Night of Champions uncancelable? Uncancelable. See, and that's the other problem, is that like so many people reporting it is not going to be good either. It's like, how many people watched the show that didn't realize they were watching it from Saudi, right? Like, how many people just like turn on Peacock and say, oh, it's WWE? Like, but then you're like hammering it home. That's the problem. It's not the narrative from TKO. It's the narrative from the fans, bro. Because you could tap in, champ. The link is in the channel, and you don't have to. You can still ask me questions like this, but just know that you're I don't know, bro. I don't want to call you. I think this is the first time in the channel, right? And I get it. That's cool. You're saying things because you want Night of Champions to continue, and that's fine. So do I, to a degree. But you're missing the point, right? And I think maybe you just jumped on because if you saw what we were showing, there is a list of hundreds at least fans who are all the top comments and drawing all the likes and replies for the people that don't want him to continue. And it's not a WWE thing or wrestling thing. I mean, some people are calling out the roster and putting the roster in danger, which is, I think, fair enough. But it's the political optics of it. You know, people thinking like, oh, you're being very cavalier, or you're being very, like, oh, TKO, all you care about is money. You know what I mean? Type of shit. And that's cool. But I mean, it's not cool, but it's going to have that, if it does have that effect, right? Because a lot of WWE's biggest community now exists online. You know, I was playing WWE K225 over the weekend. Bro, I had like 250 people tap in, all wrestling fans. Like, that was crazy. You know, and they love talking wrestling. They love it. So when you have those people, right, you don't think about the people who only watch for clout. Wrestling is as big as it's been in a really long time, if ever. And a lot of these channels that are streaming, it's because they're seeing the analytics. Look, dude, Joe Rogan went on the Nation's a Slut pod. I mean, not Nation's a Slut. What are their names? The New York guys. Fuck, I forget their names. But anyway, he went on that podcast and he put wrestling over huge. I mean, Joe Rogan's always had like wrestlers on, and he's always found interest in wrestling, but I don't think it's ever been like an actual interest of him, you know? And now today, I mean, he talks fondly of it. You really think people would assume he'd beat Jay or Cody? Yes, I did. I do think so, because the narrative was out there everywhere, Matt. Wrestle Talk, Dave, Meltzer, I mean, Fightful, all these places were putting out Sammy to win, or I'm picking Sammy. And I just think that there would have been at least a contention of people that wanted him to win. that would have drawn like real heat on whoever lost, right? But that's a fair question. Do we really think? Yeah, that's a fair question, right? Is Cody going to go over on Sammy? I mean, is Sammy going to go over on Cody? That seems so unlikely in that scenario. It's like a scenario where like Cody's going to be gone for a while. I can see that. Yeah, two guys are owed rematches, by the way. Man, what a limp dick it would be for the King of the Ring to produce a Jay Gunther rematch. Oh my God. Dude, I would fucking throw up in my mouth. I would throw up in my mouth and then spit it all into a box and mail it to WWE. And I would put creative at the 2 line. That is the most disgusting thing they could ever do. Now, I didn't get to talk about this last week. I really, really wanted to. But if you did not hear Rikishi, actually, I think I have it somewhere. Let me see. So if you didn't hear Rikishi, who is the father of Jey Uso, and his comments regarding Jey Uso's title run or lack thereof, he went in hard. Now, he didn't really go after Triple H or nobody of substance, right? He wanted to talk that shit about he wanted to talk about, oh shit, what did I do? Fuck, man, I went super far with this shit. When was the Rikishi thing? I swear to God, it was like last week. Or maybe it was 2 weeks ago. So, to set it up. Oh, here it is. Here it is. To set it up, Rikishi went in on everybody associated with the writing team and creative. The lore in the WWE is, I love it, hilarious. Okay, look, watch. I'm gonna show it to y'all. All right. So this is what he had to say the week that Jey Uso lost.
And push your, I say fire those that are writing for this kid here. If you can't come up with something simple to promote and push your champion, that you, not me, you decide to put this kid in that position. And then that's it. All of a sudden, the brains done went, just cloudy, like you can't write. You can't think of an angle for Jay. Well, if you can't do your job, I say, best endeavors. Get the hell out the way. Put somebody in that position. Because the longer you keep the belt on this kid, the longer we talk about what's good for business. Merchandise sales to the roof. That's what it is. Last I knew. If you can't make money for the company, why are you in that position? So now they passed the belt on to Gunther. For whatever reason. Hey, I ain't got no beef with Gunther. I ain't got no beef with any of those that are on the roster. I ain't got no beef with that. And if I do, I'm going to say it to your face, because that's just the type of man I am. But let me back up. Good luck. Good luck if that's what your choice is, to go that way. But let me back up and continue my thoughts on my son as far as, his run as the world champion. I didn't think it was justice. I didn't think it was fair. 51 days, that was it. I mean, in a Continental belt, a short run, that was it. Like, what is it? What is it against my boy that you just feel like when you had done that to Randy Orton, if you threw the belt on Randy Orton for him, would you have done that to, John Cena? I mean, let's talk about it. Because last I knew, the last time we seen WrestleMania 41 in Las Vegas, damn it, he had the whole arena. The whole arena. Yeet. Yeet, yeet, yeet your motherfucking ass yeet. So come on. Come on. Somebody tell me. Tell me, what is it? The bloodline has gave our heart and soul to this industry. 75 plus years, past, present, and future. And God damn it, this is the way we treat it. This is the way y'all look at us. That's just ain't right, man. Ain't right.
Okay, let's talk about it. Is it right? By Rikishi's logic, R-Truth should be the world champion. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I don't necessarily disagree with it. Look, I get, look, okay, first of all, let me get to what I don't like about this, right? What I don't like about this is that it sounds like the dad who like showed up to every practice in high school and like try to get his son to start because he would suck the coach's dick really hard. And then was like, oh, you're going to start my son. And I knew a lot of those dads, a lot, like literally way too many. And the way that they would like talk to the coach was super sus. You know, like everybody else would be like, hey, what's going on, Mario? How are you doing? You doing good, man? You gonna come over this weekend? We're gonna be playing cards. And then it was like the coach, do you need anything? I could cut the grass this weekend, and like bullshit like that. But they would always just be talking to him about whatever. And that's how Rikishi, that's the vibe Rikishi gives, right? Like, let's be honest. Jay was a fucking boring run. Now, I'm not saying that that's the case because Jey Uso is boring. I'm saying that's the case because he wasn't given anything. Imagine if instead of beefing with Gunther, who he'd already beefed with twice, including the lead up to WrestleMania, he was given CM Punk or Seth Rollins or anyone really other than fucking Gunther for the third time, whatever. I don't think that you could hold Rikishi's words as fair because it's his father, right? That's Jey Uso's father. But I don't think they help either at all. And that's where I agree with Matt. Like, I don't think they help because, bro, like everybody saw that. You know that the whole locker room saw that. You know that everybody in creative saw that. You know Triple H saw that. You know every single person has saw that. And now you're the fucking guy who's like, you know, imagine Jey Uso walking into the locker room, right? Imagine. All right, watch. Check this out. This is how it would go down. Just so y'all understand. Just so we all understand together. Okay? This scenario that I'm about to paint for y'all could very well have happened. Okay? Where Jey Uso's walking in the building, right? Walking in the building. He's getting ready to do his yeet thing, right? Watching Raw. Fun fact, by the way, Randy Orton's first world title reign was 27. So, yes, they would and did do that Rikishi 27 days. Yeah. Oh, shit. First world title reign was 27 days. So they would and did do that. Damn, that's a good point too, right? Because this is his first title win. When Brett won his first title, if you'll remember, it was against Ric Flair. And it was literally like a nothing run. It felt like a transitional run. Even though they told him they were putting the belt on him and the push was coming, he ended up losing it to Yokozuna, who lost it to Hulk Hogan at WrestleMania 9. So they fucked him big time with his first title run. His second title run was way, way, way better. Shawn Michaels, even though I wouldn't say that booking fucked him, you know, it was kind of his own shit, but he had a shitty first title run. You know, Undertaker had a pretty shitty first title run. You know, a lot of guys have a shitty title run. So it's not about, hey, could you get to that spot? That's not the hard part. The hard part is, hey, can you stay in that spot? Can you remain a top tier guy? That's the tough spot. But let me tell you right now, this is exactly what had to have happened at some point in the last couple of weeks. at Raw or SmackDown or whatever, right? Jay's coming into the building, right? So he's in the hallways. We don't see him. We're in the locker room. The boys are all in the locker room. It's like, yo, bro, let's use I don't know. Let's use Waller. Austin and Waller are there talking to each other and like, bro, did y'all see what fucking Rikishi said, bro? Yo, he went off on creative, dog. Yeah, bro. Bro, I would hate to be Jay right now, probably looking at him. You ain't see it? Oh, bro, let me pull it up. Look, check this out. This is it. Watch. That's Rikishi right there. Watch.
Hey, fire those that are writing for this kid here.
Yo, that's crazy, right? Q door open. Yeah, bro. Hey, did you see? Hey, what's up, Jay? Hey, my bad, dog. No. We're just that was a promo from SmackDown a long time ago. Yeah, your dad, bro. Yeah, we big fans. You know what I'm saying? That happened. For sure that's happened. And that's a way to be alienated from the rest of the locker room. Because it's not like they're trying to fuck with you. It's not like they're talking shit. But they think, oh, he may be sensitive to this conversation or may not want to talk about it or find it disrespectful to even be brought up. And maybe he does, right? His dad doesn't help him by talking that shit. His dad would help him by getting somebody else to talk that shit. Like if he brought Undertaker on and Undertaker was like, yeah, brother, I think that Jey Uso shit was bullshit, man. The guy's selling out arenas and yeeting up the storm. And is that a bad Undertaker? I feel like that was a pretty good Undertaker. Another fun fact, John Cena's 16th world title win only lasted 2 weeks. That's not true. That's not true at all. That's not true. Are you sure about that, Matt? You're sure? I mean, I don't mind looking it up. It's easy to find, but I feel like I would remember that. I feel like I would remember such a short run. Although that would have been at a time where the runs were very short. You know, everybody forgets that the Roman Reigns run is what reestablished long title reigns. He beat AJ. Oh, he did. He beat AJ. I was at that Rumble. How the fuck did I forget that? And then he dropped it at the Chamber. Oh, fuck. I do remember that. Yo, I was at that Royal Rumble. How did I forget? Crazy. That's what happens when you have it in the fucking Alamo Dome and there's 1 million people. Yeah, he beat I remember that. Yeah, he beat AJ Styles. So I said all that to set up the Cody or Jey Uso for tonight on Monday Night Raw. Yeah, to Bray Wyatt. I remember, fuck, dude. That was a good run, actually, now I think about it. It was like a fun, 3 months. I do want to talk about Raw for tonight. As far as Cody and Jey Uso is concerned, look, I think you put it on Cody. I think you give Cody the win right here. There's no way. You can't put Jey in that situation with the world title, obviously. Second, it makes even less sense to put Cody in a situation, or I'm sorry, Jey in a situation where he is fighting Gunther again. That would be, oh man, I don't know. It would feel like you're almost purposely trying to destroy the Jey run at that point. Like, if you're booking Raw and you're like, CM Punk promo opens up Raw, Liv Morgan talks to fans about injury. And you keep going through it. Like at some point you get to the Jey thing. It's just like Jey's entrance. That's all you care. That's all you're booking is the entrance. Yes. Last week they had a 4-way promo battle, a 4-way face promo battle between Randy Orton, LA Knight, Cody Rhodes, and Jey Uso. Jey Uso was the second man out. And his theme song played longer than he spoke because they played it twice. Everyone else got regular promos. I don't know if you can do that. I don't know if you can keep doing that and anyone give a shit. Really. They're going to yeet tonight. Cody's going to win. I think it's that simple. because the Randy Orton Cody storyline is the one that we've been going down. My fear now is, though, Sammy, out of this equation, becomes saddled with Karrion Kross as a mid to upper card act. That would be my fear. My hope is that Karrion Kross and Sammy walk into Saudi and fuck up the show completely. Take it over, interrupt the King of the Ring or the fucking Punk match. Probably not the Punk match, but interfere in something, fucking fuck everything up, beat up everybody, just start like literally, like, I want to hear reports from Dave Meltzer that after they attacked everyone in the ring, Sammy and Karrion Kross went to the locker room and took shits in everybody's bag. That's what I want to hear. I want to hear how pissed off Rhea Ripley is that Sami Zayn took a horse shit in her bag. Like, I piss off everyone. Let's do that. Let's go there with it, right? Because another Cody, like, oh my God, it would feel like they're trying to keep everyone relevant, right? Trying to keep everybody winning. And that's the problem is WWE and AEW, pro wrestling as a whole, has gotten so far away from putting a wrestler over another wrestler. Unless it is clearly obvious that somebody at the top of the card is fighting somebody in the mid or bottom of the card, right? And we know the top guy is going to either get over, or there's a reason why one of these mid-tier to bottom card guys are going to get over, right? For like whatever, a shift in momentum or a small run or whatever. But the guys like Randy, John Cena, Cody Rhodes, these guys are never far from the main event. These guys are never far from being booked as a big commodity. And why? Because they're proven stars. But then I ask you, what is Jay? Because I thought he was a proven star, man. I thought they really did it. I thought they really made something out of him. And yet they did not have the confidence to put him in an actual match, like an actual program that could help get him over. They expected him to take his Yeet character and everything that surrounds it and sell merch for as long as possible. Also didn't really feel it from Jay last week. You know, Cody's promo was Cody's promo. Randy still talking that shit about Cody, or to Cody. Even Sammy's was the best, I think. Jay was just like nothing, like literally a big fat nothing. It felt like, oh, oops, I got to get this back. Yeah, you do got to get it back. But I don't think you should get it back against Gunther, though. I think you need to do something else for a little while. And remember, we talked about this on live a few weeks ago, if not a month ago. The Usos have been rumored to be reuniting for about 4 weeks now, maybe 6 weeks. That rumor grows stronger and stronger when you look at the Raw booking, okay? Because New Day, what have they been saying? What has New Day been telling everyone? They're looking for real competition, right? And if real competition is also, or in the tag team division, is primarily a SmackDown thing, right? Because the SmackDown tag division is fucking fire. And the Monday Night Raw tag division has been kind of ass and really focused around one storyline. You know, that's really the thing to say. I don't know if it's been ass as much as the creative's been ass. New Day's been great. So what you have is you have a SmackDown division without the big star that the Raw division has, right? But SmackDown division has all the depth, right? It has all the filler, all the shit that you need to make other badass shit. So if you're the New Day looking for a title challenge and you're not going to get it, the kind that you want from Monday Night Raw, and you're not going over to SmackDown, then the only other relevant choice or rational choice, I should say, would be an outside tag team. Now, initially, I thought that was going to be Penta and Rey Fenix initially. It wasn't going to be them, or it's not, I think, because when you see what they're doing with both of them, they're clearly not bringing them together right away. And here's the other part about it. I think that they were waiting for narratives, right? So like every draft, there's a handful of storylines or narratives that get pushed out, right? 1 year it was the New Day being separated and Big E was on one show and Xavier and Woods were on the other, right? I think one of the biggest storylines that was supposed to come out of this year's draft was Penta and Rey Fenix reuniting under the tag team division. And they were going to either face off against Gable and his faction or maybe take the titles from New Day. That's what I thought was going to happen. Today, I am fairly confident that Jey Uso and Jimmy Uso will be reunited possibly by the end of the summer. You know, it might be like a tag team match they take into SummerSlam with New Day. But that said, I want to go over the Night of Champions card real quick. Now, we will do a Night of Champions card breakdown this week, maybe tomorrow. We'll have a Chavez Jr. Jake Paul card breakdown. You know, I might do all the breakdowns tomorrow. I was going to stream Grand Theft Auto tomorrow for a couple hours, but maybe I'll just get a workout in on stream and then we'll just break down all the fights in cards for this weekend. Because there's a UFC. Taporia is defending his belt. Chavez Jr. and that's the main event, but the co-main event's the real main event with Zurdo and Dorticos. That's going to be a great fight. That fight should be the main event. If Jake Paul wasn't such a star, you know, in terms of making money. I will say though that hold on, wait, fuck. I don't think that that's true though, chat. I don't think that's true. But I'm not going to say it unless I know it's true. Can you send me a link? If you could send me a link, I'll read it right now on air. I mean, if it's from an actual fucking, you know, I'm not going to read some bullshit that you pulled off of fucking skynews.edm. Okay, well, then send it to me and I'll do it. But until you send it to me, I'm thinking you're a fucking liar. Yo, shout out Coach Rivera, champ. Shout out Gene. Shout out. Hey, Liz in the chat. Appreciate you for tapping in at work too. You're the champ. Anthony Casa, champ. Coach Rivera, as I said, and Gina, how you doing? Appreciate you tapping in. So, yo, that's my fucking dog snoring. Can you hear that? She's so fat. So anyway, here is the Night of Champions card. Just a heads up, I will be covering Raw tonight for FightsATW.com. That's FightsAroundTheWorld.com, where you can go and check out all my work, along with people like Mike Woods, Ryan O'Hara, Abe, and Andrew Rain, a bunch of people that are just incredibly talented writers and very knowledgeable in the world of boxing and wrestling and all combat sports. Tap in, FightsATW.com. I will be covering Raw. I will be covering SmackDown and likely Night of Champions, assuming that it all goes through without a hitch. But this is the card for this weekend. John Cena and CM Punk as the main event. The King of the Ring finals between Randy Orton versus Jey Uso or Cody Rhodes. That's what I meant to say. And then the Queen of the Ring will be Asuka versus Jade Cargill. I mean, the winner of Roxanna Perez and Jade Cargill, which will take place tonight as well as the Jey Uso and Cody Rhodes match. So, I mean, let's be real. Roxanne is not winning. She's not winning that match. There's no way. Jade is going to win. The push is coming. We know it. And then the WWE Men's Intercontinental Championship, Dominic Mysterio and AJ Styles, which was a match that I wasn't sure was ever going to happen because basically AJ Styles came out on TV one night and was like, I want the IC title. And for the next 6 weeks, it was like, okay, cool. Fight this guy. Oh, you want the IC title? Okay, you and Finn Balor wrestle. That's what's been going on. And we knew that he was going to get some sort of shot. We just didn't know when it was going to come. I think that they wanted to put it on pay-per-view, obviously, because it's a big match. But more so than anything, I don't think AJ gets over on this. I think Dom is staying champ for a while. And then the other match, which I was very, very surprised that they pulled the trigger on this one already. Jacob Fatu will defend his United States Championship against Solo Sikoa. Yeah, and I didn't think they were going to do that. I really did not. I thought what we would see would be like a Jacob versus JC Mateo for a little bit, maybe a couple matches, and then Solo eventually like interfering to the point where one of the GMs is like, all right, now y'all are going to fucking fight. What, baby? Are you talking to me? Oh. So I don't know, man. It just feels like this card is way, way too big to stop, like to get off of it. Wait, what are you talking about? Topuria is fighting. Matt, what are you talking about? Yeah, it's Oliveira. At first, I thought you were saying they were fighting in the Bronx, but it's in Vegas. So I'm not sure what you meant there, bud. Yeah, Topuria is moving up because Islam is moving up. And I think that's a true statement to make. For those that don't know, Islam was the featherweight champion. It was dominating every single fight he's basically had. And then he moved up to lightweight because we all thought that we were going to get this big summer fight between them. And so instead, what happened is now Ilya moved up as well, vacated his title. Alexander. Oh yeah, I saw that fight with the Alexander winning the featherweight title. But yeah, that's going to be a good card. I definitely want to watch that. And I guess the good thing about this week, even though it's a super, super busy weekend for fights, is that they are all at various times, right? Wrestling is super early. Boxing is like super early in the evening. And then the UFC will be on super late. Let me see what time the Chavez, Jake Paul. Oh, you know what? Maybe Abe got the press release from the promoters already. They'll usually have walkout time if it's not. So the card starts at 7. No, what the fuck? Yo, ho, ho, ho. Oh my God, I totally misread this. I thought the card started at 5 and the main event walkouts were at 8. That is completely wrong. Completely wrong. The Jake Paul Chavez card will start on DAZN pay-per-view at 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central, 5 p.m. Pacific time. The walkouts are expected to be around 11 p.m. Eastern. That's 10 p.m. Central, 8 p.m. Pacific time. Now, the relevancy of that is they will be fighting well into the UFC card. Likely nowhere near their main event, but it is a 12-round fight, and it is Jake Paul, and it is Chavez Jr., not the most professional two fighters in the world. And so I could see, delays in walkouts. I could see delay in arrivals. I could see some bullshit with like hand wraps or whatever the fuck it is to like stall out time. Damn, that sucks, dude. That sucks. I was really hoping I was going to be able to give like full attention, right, to like each card because the MMA card is good. I wouldn't say it's great. You know, Oliveira is not what he used to be. Matt said, the UFC is stealing a page out of Top Rank's book. Move your stars up to create new stars. Yeah, I don't know. I guess you're right, but it feels like what would have made either one of those guys a bigger star is fighting the other. It feels like UFC is taking a page out of boxing and wrestling, where they're trying to keep whoever has the most momentum trajecting upwards. We'll keep them away from each other because we don't want to book one over the other. You know, we don't want, because they're both selling. They're both guys that people want to see fight. But the moment one of them loses, casual fans just fucking lose interest. It sucks, but it's true. And I'll be honest, it's a lot to do with boxing. You know, boxing over like 2-3 decades created an atmosphere where the only thing that really mattered was your undefeated record. You know, boxing titles didn't matter. You know, none of that shit really mattered. Yo, shout out to StreamYard who got IG to stop cutting videos off after an hour. That is absolutely dope. I very much appreciate the work that they've been doing. Now, if they could just fix this TikTok bullshit, because I have officially gotten the ability to stream from TikTok, but I am not on it. And it really sucked doing it the way I did it. Yo, how many of y'all that have never streamed or have no experience would have assumed that going live on your phone through TikTok would have worked while you're live on everything else from your desktop? Yo, that was a stupid idea that I had. I won't do that again, but I am definitely going to make use of the TikTok live. We must start a petition of Chavez Jr. If Chavez Jr. loses to Jake Paul, he's officially banned from boxing. Yeah, bro. Yeah. How about if either of them lose, they're banned? I would, listen to me. If they signed a contract where it was like the loser has to retire, like a real legit wrestling shit, I would love it. I would love it. See, because I don't look at it as boxing. I really don't. Chavez Jr. hasn't been a real boxer in a really long time. Some people, I think last week, people in the chat were talking about Daniel Jacobs being the fight where Chavez lost his authenticity as a boxer. I would say it was even before Canelo. No, just Chavez Jr. Hilarious. Yeah, bro, listen. This is the thing that sucks, guys. Okay? This is the thing that sucks about this fight. Chavez Jr. is how he is known, right? The JR is, it doesn't help the context of this fight. It doesn't help the context of this fight at all. And I'll tell you why. Because it indicates that Junior is some sort of not old fighter or like some sort of test, right? And I keep hearing all the promoters and everybody during this buildup call Chavez like the first real fighter, real boxer that he's going to fight, blah, blah. Bro, Chavez has not been a real boxer in a long time. And he hasn't had an authentic fight with an actual top 25 guy in years. First of all, he took that huge layoff. And Matt said, like, he's banned basically for like ruining fucking Chavez Jr.'s career. Now poor JC3 got to be a boxer to save Papa's legacy. Bro, I hate that you said that because it's so true. Here's the thing. Look, for all of us like boxing community fans, right? And this isn't to exclude wrestling fans or MMA fans or whatever, right? Because in this community, we're all one, right? But to be fair, if Jake Paul were to beat Chavez Jr., the amount of casuals would overwhelm the amount of hardcores for the narrative that Jake Paul just beat a real boxer. And not only a real boxer, but a fucking Chavez legacy. We actually really need Chavez Jr. to come through for this one, guys. We really do. And the fear is that he's not. And that's my fear because I don't believe him and I don't believe in him. And it has nothing to do with even technique, by the way. Like if we were going to say like who's pound for pound better, Jake at his best version or Chavez at his best version, and you could pick which versions you think are the best. there is absolutely no question that Chavez Jr. has a better legacy. He has a better resume. He's actually fought fighters who are higher level or high level fighters, right? Not elite, not world class, but he beat guys. I mean, he did fight elite and world class, by the way. Sergio Martin, Canelo, you know, a lot of these guys that he fought and lost to were elite guys. But he is going in there representing the Chavez legacy, the Chavez Jr. name. Okay. We can't fuck around with that. We cannot fuck around with the idea that 50 years from now, when all of us rational boxing fans that have seen the sport, understand the sport, and have the context to talk about the history are gone, right? Either from this planet or senile or just incapable of having boxing conversations. And then the narrative is going to take over that Jake Paul was better than Chavez Jr. and therefore better than any boxer that Chavez Jr. beat. And that's not true. It's just not. He is likely been on steroids. He is never taken the punishment that fighters take early in their careers as, you know, children, teenagers, whatever. I mean, there's just a lot of things going for him, but more than anything is his age. Chavez Jr. has had issues with alcohol. Chavez Jr. has had issues with cocaine. Chavez Jr. has had issues with prostitution. Chavez Jr. has had issues with trying to bring a fucking 3D printed gun through an airport. This is not a kid or grown man, I guess, that has ever shown any sort of like big boy shit, right? Like grown man shit. Chavez Jr. handles his shit like a fucking little boy. That's just the truth. That's just the truth. He handled his shit like a little boy, and he does not take the responsibility. Listen to me. When Chavez Jr. was closer to his prime years ago than he is today, and he was getting ready to fight one of the biggest fights of his career, he held about 70% of his training camp in his fucking kitchen and living room at his house with a bunch of his fucking pendejo ass homeboys and his dad begging him, mijo, please go to the gym. Mijo, you need real sparring. Mijo, please. And guess what? He got embarrassed. Every time he got to that big stage, he got embarrassed. Do I think he embarrasses Jake Paul? Yo, y'all want to see something fucking so crazy? You see my cat right here? Right here? Okay, he's never in here. The only reason he's in here is he wants to throw hands with this guy right there. There. So last night, this guy right here beat the shit out of this guy right here. And he is now asleep and he wants all the smoke. Like literally waiting for him to wake up so they could run that fade back. It's crazy. It's crazy. Cats are like psychotic. Dogs will be like pussied out. Like, oh, I'm good, bro. You got this one. Yo, this cat wants all the smoke. All the smoke right now. For real. Like literally waiting for him to wake up. Do y'all see this? Do y'all see it? He's right here, the cat. Just waiting for this little guy to wake up. Hey, wake up. Didn't work. That's okay. So where are we here? How much time do we have before Raw? 5:30. Maybe I gain a little streaming. What should I do? Should I stream or should we do a workout? Dorticos, actually. That's who I'm going with. Who are y'all going with? Matt, who are you going with? Because I don't think I've ever seen Zurdo be as good a fighter as Dorticos, but I also don't think that Dorticos has ever faced an A-side with the kind of power that Zurdo does or has. Zurdo's already going in there with promoters talking about a potential Jake Paul or Chavez Jr. fight. I'm gonna assume he's going in there with a couple rounds already in the bag. I can't. I don't know that, right? And I just wouldn't say that he's like powerful enough to gain that kind of favoritism on his own, right? That's Golden Boy Oscar power combined with his A-side privilege. I just think Dorticos is either going to have to stop him, which is a tough ask against a really tough guy like Zurdo, or he's going to have to beat him on the scorecards. And if you are the A-side in that fight, I think it's going to be tough to gain rounds unless they're clearly won. Zurdo's very good. He doesn't do it as much today, but back when he was with Top Rank, he was very good at smothering. He was very good at cutting off momentum. You know, a fighter would start to land maybe like a similar 1-2 over and over, not like a spam job or anything like that, but he would do that. And then you would be like, oh, okay, well, like now I'm going to crash in, or I'm going to use my long ass arms, or I'll fucking elbow or headbutt you on accident. You know, he had his abilities to get out of that shit, and he really did, but it wasn't a situation where he cared, I don't think. But anyway, real quick, back to wrestling. We will be covering Night of Champions live. In fact, we'll be live all Saturday. Assuming Night of Champions goes off, guys, we'll be live from the moment they start to the moment that they kick out. So,
champ, what up?
The champ is in the building. Shout out to Matt Shotgun. What's going on? I said shotgun, machine gun. What's going on, champ?
Chilling, man. Chilling. Hanging out in the cup.
So they're not canceling it. That's what you're saying.
No.
Matt, do you even news, bro? Do you even news? Like,
yeah.
Do you even news? No, I'm playing. I don't know, bro. That's great. Oh no, I know you news. I know you.
I news, but I also go off the history of what's been done. So.
Tell me the history. Tell me one time where because I've been trying to think. I know there's some time that I can think is either conflict or like a tear. Oh, didn't Bernard Hopkins and Trinidad, weren't they?
Yeah, that was different though. But that was because
weren't they at risk of moving as well?
Yeah, because they were threatening B-Hop's life.
Well, he talked some crazy shit about Puerto Rico.
They said they were going to stab. They said for stomping on that flag, they were going to stab him.
I heard that, bro. I heard that. So you think it goes off? You think they end up with Night of Champions? So who's winning then tonight? Cody, Jey Uso. Give it to me, champ.
I would think Cody Rhodes, bro. I would think Cody Rhodes because you got to set up that John Cena rematch from Mania. You got to. I feel like John Cena's had more momentum going into this as a proper heel, so it would be a lot better dynamically as a match to make that happen.
Champ, I get you there. Listen, I was on for like 30 minutes to an hour and we talked about the Canelo stuff. Even though we're on wrestling, I just real quick, I want to go back to it because I really, really want your take for this.
That whole situation's funny.
It's funny, but I want your breakdown for this. Okay. Some people, we had Carlos on earlier. Shout out to the Prophet, the fucking champ of the building. You know what I'm saying? And he said that a lot of people are claiming that Canelo was wearing lifts.
Oh, you're talking about that bullshit? I thought we were talking about what happened today.
Oh, no, we will. But I do want to get your real quick take on this. Let me, let me show it real quick because I just wanted your take on this. It'll be real quick because obviously it sounds like you know what you think went down, and that's cool. Let's get it. Okay, so here is their walk together. Face off, and Canelo's automatically taller. What happened? Is he wearing lifts? Is he wearing combat boots? Did he borrow something out of the wardrobe of Billie Eilish?
Mario, you've seen that movie, The Little Giants, right?
Love that fucking movie. Had a crush on Icebox when I was.
What did they learn from putting those the Alka-Seltzers in their mouth? What was that for?
Intimidation.
Mario, if you wanted to put the fear of God in somebody, let's say per se, wouldn't you want to look them in their eyes, directly in their eyes? I want you to feel me. Sure, you're the taller guy on fight night, but I want you to the whole time I want you to look me in the eyes
Yo, that's a great narrative, but all I can think about right now is clipping your comment with the picture, with the video of the little giants foaming out of their mouth. Hell yeah.
Because that's what it's for.
Okay. Okay. That's fair. That's fair. But let me show you this, though. What do you make about this? And again, we don't have to harp on it forever. I just want your take. I've already given mine. The push is nothing. This is everything. Crawford walking him back. What the fuck was that, Matt? Matt,
same thing.
And I've been
you got to show.
Okay, listen, you and I both have had fights.
Yeah.
And you and I have both had to weigh in and face off for these fights. Let me tell you, when I'm in this position right here and you're coming in my face, bro, I'm fucking shoving. Listen to me. First of all, and this is why I wanted do me on too earlier. You never let a man get that close to you. Never. I don't even care in a face off, right? And a lot of people were talking shit, man. I don't know if you saw it, but a lot of people, and these are black content creators, okay? We're like, yo, I'm sorry, but I got to call it out. But black boxers be getting way too close to people now. Yo, they was fucking not lying at all. But that said, the space did close and Crawford pushed him back, champ. Tell us what happened. And then the shove.
I mean,
the shove was grody.
You gotta, Mario, these are two alphas. You gotta press your position, baby. You gotta let them know. And it's the same thing like we say when people go fight Tank. You gotta let them know you're not scared. If he's got you scared before you're in the ring, the fight's already over.
Does this do anything for you as far as move the needle one way or another? Or are you already?
No, I'm gonna watch it.
No. I know you're gonna watch it, but as far as putting it on Crawford, like believing he has a chance,
believing
you confidence in Crawford.
I believe. Look, don't get me wrong. I think Canelo is firmly gonna win, but I also still think Crawford has a great chance to beat Canelo. You know, because I stand on the side that Crawford's gonna outbox him until Crawford gets caught, and then it's gonna be over.
Yeah, I remember you said that. It really makes me sad when you say that because it sounds
similarly to Amir Khan. Amir Khan was winning that fight, and then Amir Khan got caught and went to sleep, and it was over.
That's very true. And by the way, I think that's a very good indicator of the kind of trouble that Crawford could present Canelo. But yo, shout out for the sub champs on Twitch. Yo, that's weird.
What I really want to see, Mario, is how Crawford looks fight week. I need to see that.
Of course.
Crawford is a real heavy, you know it, Mario. You've done plenty of workout and powerlifting. He's a real heavy body mass kind of guy.
Yes. Heavy body mass. Thank you.
He builds muscle like crazy. It stacks.
Yes. Okay, so are you looking for like a lean cut, like shredded ass Crawford, or do you need to see some bulk on them tires?
I need to see. I'm not even necessarily looking for that. It's kind of like what I wanted to bring up with Goldberg earlier. I want to see how Crawford simply just walks around and moves around with it. Like, is he still smooth walking around like Crawford? Is he still normal movements, being the same guy? But like Mario, what if Crawford shows up and he's like this and he has no neck?
Bro, so right. And I want to make this real quick side point, right? People think that they're good at picking when they pick so far out. No, that's your bias showing. Real people that have real knowledge on picking fights, they wait as long as they can because they know that there are so many aspects of the fight game that can take you out of the fight that happen in your camp. So listen, before we get to that Gunther shit, because I definitely want to hear what you think about Gunther and Goldberg, I want to ask you about today because it was hilarious. This is the Canelo Crawford interview. First of all, Matt, why was Tom Brady and Shaq hosting this thing?
Because who don't love a good payday, baby? What do you mean? Who don't love a good payday? Especially Shaq.
That's why they did it.
Is the best businessman in athlete history, I think. Shaq is like Snoop Dogg. He's everywhere on everything.
He's put game on everything with finance,
bro. Yeah,
he's put some crazy game.
When it comes to making $1, Shaq is a genius.
But why would Ring want them to do that? Because
I mean, you got to look at The only thing I can think is the optics, Mario. The same way they want people to go to Saudi, the same people they want people to watch this fight. I'm trying to cross over everybody. I want everybody to see this fight. That's the only thing
Exactly what they try to do with Pat
Tom Brady
and Booker T.
Yeah, I mean, look, and then they're talking. Look at it today. They were talking about the fight on the Pat McAfee show today, and then look at where this is being held, Mario. It's at Fanatics Fest.
Yeah, Fanatics Fest. That was a huge dub,
It's genius. It's
huge
genius.
dub, chat. Huge dub for them to be associated with the Fanatics. By the way, everybody outside of the Fanatics now looks like they're not in the cool crowd. You know what I'm saying? It's like,
yeah, I know. Now I want to go. I got FOMO,
Hell
bro.
yeah.
Looking at all these clips,
bro. Stop. Me too.
I'm like, whoa. This looks like fun. This looks like I should be here,
bro. You don't think I want to see Eli Manning doing his fucking WWE entrance? You don't think I want to see John Cena throwing baseballs and shit?
Bro, not only that, you think I don't want to do all that stuff myself?
With them? Hell yeah, bro.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm trying to, like, hell yeah, like, hurry up, Joe Burrow, get out of line. I want to see if I can throw a 90-mile-an-hour fastball. Hurry up.
Hell yeah. Hey, yo, and that's because I remember when they would do, like, I forgot what they called it. It was Fan Fest, right? With WWE, like, back in the 90s and shit. And I would see them where you would stand in line to commentate a match with like JR, like bro, come on, bro, stop it.
Bro,
I would do that.
They had that when we went to WrestleMania 38. They have that. I don't remember. I think it was man, what's my man's name from NXT? It's like Joe something. I forgot his name. I feel so bad because he's really good. I like him.
He is good. I like him too.
But he was there doing the commentary, like how you say JR would be there. You do a clip with him. He was there. And you know,
he's sick, bro. That's sick.
Like,
I love that. That's sick. So listen, I asked you the question, why were they there? And it's obviously you gave some very good answers, but I will say the only reason I question it is because of this right here. Now, we're gonna get into this. I want your thoughts real quick. Crawford does the thing that every internet troll in boxing history has done. Called out Crawford on his resume. And he did it in a really slick way. My thing is, what you're going to notice is the two names he brings up, Ricky Burns and Victor Postol, are
the worst names he could have brought up.
I know, right? Oh, this is so cringe. This is cringe. Yeah, the cringe alert is on high right here, chat.
Yeah. Don't get me wrong, okay? He's a good fighter, a great fighter. I always say before I see him calling me out and won the fight and everything, I see before. I say before, he's a great fighter. But if you look at his career, mention one elite fighter. Just mention me one elite fighter.
So Postal wasn't elite?
Who?
Victor Postal.
Who's that guy?
Oh.
Bro, I'm not going to get over that at all, bro. Who's that guy? Like, you know fucking damn well Canelo could have easily said, who's that again? Or like, bro, who's that? Like, just chill. But he went into his Andrade shit, right? Who's that guy? Like, he does that shit to troll, bro. That was hilarious.
But like, I don't even think that's what he was trying to like say.
You don't think so? You don't really?
Well, because like, no, if you go a little further in the clip, like Canelo's trying to, like, it's a slick line, yeah, but I think Canelo's trying to be like, not like, who is that guy, okay? Like, I think he's trying to say after you fought him, who he beat. You know what I'm saying? Who did he beat?
Yo, hey, Matt, do you know who he's talking about, though, Canelo? Look, right here, watch. When he talks about the guy that sparred Postal, listen.
Oh, so he wasn't commercialized. He wasn't great. Ricky Burns wasn't elite.
What? 40 years old champion in that moment beat Mr. Postal in my gym. I saw that.
So
40-year-old champion. Who are you talking about?
I know. A 40-year-old
champion. Who is a 40-year-old champion that was in Canelo's gym?
That's what I'm saying. And the first
he was
name
probably
that
on the
came
gas.
to me was the old dude that fucked up Rolly. But then I was like, wait, but would they be able to spar each other at that point? Because that guy was like a fucking featherweight.
Sparring, bro.
That's true. That's true. People spar all the time, big time. So it's like, but if that's the guy, first of all, I've never heard that he was in Canelo's camp. Not once.
Yeah.
So I don't know who he's talking about, but that was a very interesting comment he made. Yo, what if he was just lying to fuck with Crawford?
Bro, but like, if you're Sean Porter, right, and you claim to be Terrence Crawford's friend, why are you not telling Bud, bro, save me? Right? Save Sean Porter, the two-time welterweight champion.
Bro,
save me.
Bro,
because bro, look.
Oh my God, you're so right, bro.
Because like, bro, like that's the one. He's a commercialized name. He's a 2-time welterweight champion. He's got great wins on his resume, bro. You could say Shawn Porter is an elite fucking fighter that beat and lost to elite fighters.
And by the way, Matt, you know why you're so right about that? Because it's a double shot, bro. That's a two birds one stone shot. Because first of all, you knock Canelo's bitch ass down, like shut the fuck up on that shit, right? And then on top of that, you're like shooting that dig at Spence, right? The fact that Spence's name never,
and you keep, bro, your biggest win, you keep fucking knocking him down a peg.
Yeah, bro, exactly. Oh man, like it was really great. But that's why I was upset, because like if fucking Sergio Mora was in that position, or Steve Kim, or even you, Matt, you would have been able to nap exactly.
Hey, bro. Come on, bro. Like, come on,
bro.
Shawn Porter.
You would have
beat Shawn Porter, fucking retired him.
Yo, and not only that, you could have pushed it further and been like, well, Canelo, you know, some people say that about the second half of your career. In fact, many people say from when you moved up to 154, you have yet to face anybody elite other than Golovkin. And then if I was Terrence,
you can't say that, bro. You can't say that.
That's what I'm saying. Like, if I was Terrence, I would have been like, yo, who'd you fight that was elite? Oh, Golovkin when he beat your ass.
Bro, but that's Bivol. Hard, bro.
Bivol was
even
elite,
that's hard,
right?
The only
he beat that ass, didn't he?
The only one you can shit on him for is Bivol, because you know that was a true cherry pick gone wrong. He thought he was just gonna go up there and beat Bivol. But if you look at the resume from the second Triple G fight this way, great resume.
I agree, bro. I agree. You and me are on the same side, but if I'm just a fighter who's about to fight, I'm trying to poke holes. Here's the other thing, right? I'll be willing to bet that Canelo doesn't feel that way about his resume. I'll be willing to bet that he would call several people elite, right? And that was the other part about it. Is like you can't even go through that shit without like fucking.
And that's what he's saying too. Canelo literally said like that. You're a great fighter. Your resume is just ass. Like I'm gonna be the toughest fight you have.
Yes, word. You're absolutely right. That's exactly what it was about. So listen,
but like that whole situation, bro, is like I said, I give Bud the chance. I give Bud, he just has to. If Bud can stay, I don't even want to say it like that. If Bud can stay on his feet, but like if Bud can take it, bro, and give it back, he has a shot.
He definitely does, and that's gonna be
if he can give and take.
Hey, you said it. You said it best. Honestly, you said, fuck the weigh-in, fuck the press conference, fuck fight week. I got to see how he's carrying that weight in the ring.
You got to see how he carries 168.
Listen to me. That's how people see it. Like that's the smart way to look at it. Because if you could just magically push a button that made both of them the same size, I think more people would pick Crawford. Honestly,
yeah,
I do. So listen, real quick, going to wrestling, Goldberg came out yesterday and fulfilled the booking that you have been making for months.
Yes,
you always knew it was coming
for months.
Oh, bro, I think they heard this show and they were like, God damn it, Matt, you fucking ruined it. We're keeping it back.
Goldberg. Get him to shut up now. Let's go ahead and give it to him.
So they did it. They're going to run it Saturday Night Main Events. And not only that, they're doing the nasty work of countering AEW's pay-per-view that weekend.
They're countering the Cowboy shit.
They're countering the Cowboy shit. That's exactly what they're doing, champ. First of all, tell us what you think about the Goldberg Gunther match as Goldberg's final match in wrestling in Atlanta, Georgia, where he won his first world title and final. Yeah, exactly. Because this is the air quotes are always needed in wrestling when we're talking final.
Nothing, no retirement is real until a wrestler dies.
Yeah, that's the Matrix shit right there. So what do you think? What do you expect? And are you excited even a little bit?
I am slightly excited, but after seeing Goldberg walk out on Raw last week, and I legit mean walk out there, I am very concerned for this match. This man is walking like my grandpa used to walk, bro. He's walks side to side. Did you see him walk to the ring and get down from the ring?
It's that old man shit, bro.
He looks old. Yeah, he's walking like that, bro.
Yes,
like
bro.
he's not bending his knees. He's kicking his legs out.
That's that Kevin Nash shit right there.
I'm like, bro. I'm like, this man cannot walk properly. So either the only thing that gives me hope about it, Mario, is this is a Saturday night's main event, so there's a high chance this shit's gonna be short.
Oh, good call. You're right. You're right.
High chance it's gonna be short.
Do you expect any fuckery though? Like any no
sir.
runouts, nothing clean. So who gets over? That's
that's the worry I have. I don't think they would put the belt back on Goldberg in what is supposed to be his final match.
Right? This has to be
but the fact that, like I just said, it's gonna be short. It's gonna be a short match. This thing ain't going past 8 minutes bell to bell. It's not.
Damn.
There might be, a couple chops, couple spears, couple drop kicks. I don't think we're gonna get a jackknife because, like I said, this motherfucker can't even walk. He probably couldn't even lift Gunther, even if Gunther went up for him. So, I just want them. You just want them to be super careful because it's gonna draw a crowd. It's gonna draw a number. But we've seen old wrestlers go out there
and shit the bed.
We saw Ric Flair have a fucking heart attack and die. In his last tag match. In his last match, that was a tag match, bro. It was a tag match.
What's the name, right? Yeah, that was crazy.
Crazy. These can go good, and then these can go really bad. Like for Goldberg's sake, I hope it does go good. I hope he gets a couple spears in there. But I hope Gunther just chops the shit out of him and puts him out of his way.
Let me ask you a side. Let me put you on a side quest real quick on this. Do you think that a shitty performance from Goldberg could impact the potential run of his son? Because his son, a lot of people think his son is going to be going into wrestling. He's solid looking kid in terms of size and everything. No, you think that?
No, I think his son's going to be just fine.
Mario, I feel like there's
what we've seen in wrestling history, Mario, is the second generation is better and the third generation is the best.
Damn. Yo, that's not a bad way to look at it.
Look at it. Look at the Ordens, Mario. Which one's the best? You got Grandpa Orton, Bob Orton, and Randy Orton. Which one's the best overall?
Randy Orton.
It's Randy Orton.
No, you're right. That was one of the first names I thought of.
Look at the Samoan dynasty. The best one became Roman. That's the day he was the last generation.
And you could even say that Rock too was the third generation.
Yeah, third generation superstar. The Rock was the best one of them.
Bro, you're right.
But
and honestly,
I think when I see that too, you see that the children of these legends are finna come in here, and then I feel like it's gonna be perfect because they're gonna do with Goldberg and Mark Henry's son what they should have done with Mark Henry and Goldberg. They're gonna stick them in the right program. They're gonna teach them how to work. They're gonna teach them how to wrestle in the WWE style. They're gonna stick them in developmental for like a good year and a half. That's what they need. Like you gotta remember, Goldberg went from the Monster Factory, which wasn't the best wrestling school in the world at the time, straight to the WCW main television, squashing people. But his matches were only 3 minutes. He never learned how to work.
Damn, you're right.
If you can teach somebody with their power and their natural athleticism to work, like if you can make more Braun Breakers, money's gonna print itself.
So I want to show you something real quick because you said that, and I wasn't going to show it to you, but I'm going to show it to you because I very much like what you just said. I'm going to show people real quick. Okay, so Matt is here saying that one of the biggest matches of Gunther's career is going to have to be like a 5-minute match, right? And that sucks because he's right. You're going to have to hide Goldberg to a degree. Yeah. I saw this the other day, Matt, and instantly thought about the Goldberg match and was like, man, this sucks. Real quick, this is a indie match between Gunther and Will Ospreay. Yeah. It's from years back. It's a classic, but just look at what could have been. Thank you.
This is what WrestleMania. You see this right here, kids? Hilarious, this is what WrestleMania should have looked like. Should have. You want to go spend time with your family.
Exactly. Hilarious, bro. All right, so this is it.
Striking Walter. Gets like a leapfrog. Oh, Walter catches him though. And just.
Oh God.
Oh,
See, this is why I said Gunther was better, bigger. Like, I understand the optic of him being in shape and looking good, bro, but him as that massive human being.
He was a monster, dude. He looked
Yeah,
like
he's a monster.
real life monster. You know, he
He's like
gave
what
me. Oh God.
He's like what the Big Show could have been.
God, and remember when he used to see? I don't. Where are those slaps at now with Gunther? Because I remember when he used to hit somebody with
the
a
body
chop,
mass,
and
baby.
it
That comes off his extra flab.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. You're right. Good call. Oof, nasty work right there. Look at that shit. Fuck, bro. See, Gunther is capable of these matches, bro.
Bro, yeah, he can drag a match out of anybody. Gunther's one of the best
Hell
wrestlers
yeah.
in the world.
In the world, bro. Oh my God. Oh my
look at that
God.
pile driver. Beautiful.
Jesus, bro. Oh my jeez. These are real just stiff kicks. Oh no.
They're just going, bro. They're laying it in.
They're laying
That's why
it
that's why that match with Gunther and Ilya was so fucking good, bro, because they're like, they built that story of the big man and the little man, and they're beating the shit out of each other.
Bro, you're so right. Even the one with Axiom was fucking good because of that.
Yeah, that was good. Bro, but doesn't like this also, like, going back to the Goldberg situation, this is his replacement match for not getting that Brock Lesnar match at WrestleMania 39.
Yeah. Oh man, dude. Good fucking call. Good call.
Even to this day, bro, if they give that match to me, take my money.
Take my money all day.
That's a match. Gunther Brock, I want to see that.
Bro, that would be. And remember the pop at Rumble? Do you remember the earth?
Bro, it was like remember how we said for Jacob Fatu and Braun Breaker going eye to eye? You're like, oh,
I didn't know how bad I wanted it. Hell yeah. And that was the part of it that was like so not surprising, but I knew how I felt about it. I didn't know everybody else felt the same way I did, you know, and
bro,
that was what was cool about it.
That static in there, you're like, oh shit, yeah, this would be. I want to be sports entertained by this. Give me that.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Sports entertained for sure. Yeah, man. I just wanted to show it because, you know, it sucks that they're putting Gunther in this position. Oh, shit. Where
I don't think they're putting Gunther in this position, Mario. Mario, let's be real. Who do you think Goldberg said he wants to work with when he comes back for his retirement match?
Probably Gunther.
You think he said the world champion, or do you think he said he wants to work with Gunther?
Oh, good question. What do you think?
It's just like Stone Cold. Why did Kevin Owens get the last Stone Cold match?
Yeah,
because that's who Stone Cold said he wants to work with.
Yeah. Good call.
Same thing with Goldberg. Right. Goldberg, I want Gunther. Give me the Gunther match. Gunther can have a great match.
Because it's, you know what it is? It goes back to what you just said a little bit ago. You said he can pull a great match out of anyone. See, for all the shit that people talk about Goldberg's wrestling ability, he understands the sport well. He just has different, like, views and opinions on it than others, you know what I mean? But he sees it the same way they do. He knows what it is.
Yeah, but you gotta have that right person to play to his strengths.
Exactly.
That's why he picked. That's not only that, Mario. Look at what we just said. Who do you think out of the entire WWE roster? Let's just say world champions, because you're not gonna give him Cena. Out of that whole roster of the top guys, who do you think is the safest option for Goldberg to wrestle with and to have a physical match? It's Gunther. Gunther can have a super physical, super hard match, and they're not going to do anything crazy. They're not going to fly off the top rope. They're not going to hit each other with chairs. They're just going to lay it in and be rough and just, you know, like Booker T says, just fucking meat on meat, no bread, no water. We're just going to have them smack each other around.
Bro, you're right. You're right. I think that it's one of those things too where if you're in the business of Gunther, right, which WWE is, you want to give him this rub. You want to put him in there with Goldberg. And imagine he beats him and like just dominate. I mean, I don't think he's going to dominate, but let's just say that it is a 4 or 5 minute ass whooping, right? Goldberg gets a spear off and fucking Gunther just gets up like, no, you old bitch, you're not going to put me down. Like, that would be cool. That's not what we're going to get. Like, if the whole match was designed to just put Gunther over, I would be actually really excited. But I know that's not the case, you know? Go ahead.
That's the real question too, is how do you, we know if we assume Gunther's going to go over, how do you beat Goldberg and keep Goldberg like Goldberg?
Yes.
Do you
said.
Do you have Gunther choke him out and just he don't tap, he just passes out? Does he put him over clean, eyes to the ceiling, 1, 2, 3?
Bro, I don't know, but that's the interesting part there. Now let me ask you this. As a wrestling fan who has no bias, Saturday night, what are you watching first? What are you looking forward to more between AEW and WWE and the products they're presenting?
On the night of Saturday night's main event and All In?
Yes.
I mean, Saturday night's main event only has one match.
So far. Yeah, that's true. That's a good point. It's kind of not fair.
I mean, yeah. Right now, you got to lean All In. All In's going to be a long show. All In's going to start super early. So that's what people forget. Like, they think, oh, it's going to run head to head. No, All In starts at like 4 in the afternoon Central Time. This thing's going to be in and out. They're going to be in and out.
Hell yeah.
So,
okay.
I mean, I would still lean to All In because although I disagree with the choice of who they have in the main event, I'm still interested by the main event. I'm still interested by the business of the Hurt Syndicate and MJF. And obviously, I want to see the Toni Storm Mercedes Moné match because that's the biggest women's match they could possibly make. I want to see how they build the rest of the show because that's still going to be a big show. Will Ospreay, Swerve Strickland don't have a match. FTR, the Young Bucks don't have a match. The rest of the Death Riders and Samoa Joe, they don't have a match. I need to see all these guys on the show. I'm not going to be able to see those guys anywhere else.
That's a very, very good point. You're absolutely right. Yeah, I think listen, All In is going to be something that I can't.
And another thing too, Mario, they're starting to build steam. Did you see the rating for last Wednesday?
I didn't. Oh, yes, I did.
760,000.
Which was like a 0.06 or 0.6, I think, from like the
week before. It was 500.
Yeah. And they're having a steady growth too.
Right on their big show, so that's perfect. That's what you need.
Yeah. It was Qatar was the other place that I was talking about. So apparently it is Qatar, Saudi, and the where else? Well, the whole UAE actually.
I mean, with that whole situation, Mario, you can at least cancel SmackDown. You can at least cancel SmackDown, and we're just gonna take the Night of Champions show over there.
I could see that. I could definitely see that, but I don't know.
This is prime time for a Karrion Kross to step in. Because, bro, look, I understand, whatever doesn't lose them money. Them taking SmackDown and putting it in the PC doesn't lose them money. They don't charge for tickets in the PC.
Yeah,
they
very
email
true.
people if they want to go to the show. So,
very true.
You could put SmackDown in the PC where NXT is at and have them run a show with whoever's left.
Yeah. So, real quick, I guess we'll call it breaking news because the White House just put it out 32 minutes ago, and Sean Ross Sapp is how I saw it. But it appears as though there is a ceasefire. The White House has put out congratulations to everyone. It has been fully agreed by and between Israel and Iran that there will be a complete and total ceasefire. President Trump says hopeful that a ceasefire is what actually happens. Now, it would be, I think, retarded if there wasn't. Right? I can't imagine Trump saying this if there really isn't. Wow. Yeah, I'll be honest. That's okay, but here let's put this into context first of all, just real quick, right? Quick.
That's a show of power.
Sure. Yeah. Well, it's also a show of, how little Iran really was advanced in nukes and all that. You know what I mean?
I mean, bro, they took out their best weapon in one day in a smooth sweep.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like I think Iran was never a threat. I really don't. I mean, they're a threat in terms of ideology, right? With the hate America groups that they have and stuff, and hate the West group that they have.
Well, they were a threat in terms of if they catch up to us in any way.
And from what people were saying, right, Netanyahu and Trump and a lot of other people on the right, is that they were tomorrow. It might be next week, actually. Actually, there's like 48 hours, I think, until they get the bomb done. And his own intelligence officer, Tulsi Gabbard, was like, "No, dude, there's no Iran's not even close." And again, it harps back to Bush's era, right? I was full in on 9/11. Okay. I was in school and I was like, fuck them dudes. We're coming back and we're getting everybody. Fuck. And then I grew up and learned that it was all bullshit. Literally, Americans killed for nothing. They never had any weapons of mass destruction, none of that shit. So, the point I wanted to make, though, right, Matt, is that I could see a ceasefire. I could see Iran just shutting the fuck up and playing their part, knowing, okay, we're fucked. But somebody said this earlier on a podcast. That doesn't mean Iran's done, right? From the state portion of it, they're done. But look at what they did to that dude that wrote the book, Salman Rushdie, right? Salman Rushdie wrote a book like 25 years ago, and they were like, we're going to get revenge on that guy in his book. You know, Iran waited 30 years or something like that before they actually tried to kill him in New York. So all I'm saying is that, you know what I'm saying? Like, it could be something, but they'll go for a ceasefire because they know they're not going to retaliate in this. I mean, they tried
I think
they've all got fucking crushed.
I think their ideologies obviously won't change, like you said, but they'll know now that they're massively outgunned against a country like us in terms of military.
They knew that, bro. I think they always.
I don't think they did, bro. I think they had. I think I think they had those nuclear projects and thought they had something.
I don't know, man. I don't know. All I know is that I really want to know how we get bombs to like make a hole and sink down. Because the way that they bomb those uranium enrichment spots, that was crazy. Like, there's no explosion on the top level. Like, there was
bro, because they're so far into the ground, bro.
No, I know why they need them. I don't know how do they get them to do that? How do they get them to crush, like, get into the ground and not blow up?
It just causes a chain reaction, bro. That's the only thing. And they like, cause
so
like,
it's not the bomb that hits, it's like a capsule that unleashes.
So the bomb hits and it shoots more, and whatever it has, I don't remember exactly what it is.
So,
whatever's in there causes the reaction, and everything just tears up from the inside.
And so they're able to like focus it in on this like one.
That's why there's not like a massive. That's why there's not like a massive crater. They essentially create just a fire hole, and it just goes. Poof.
Bro, that's exactly what I'm talking about.
It's like a self-made mortar, bro. It's like a self-made mortar.
Yo, and that's the thing that was crazy is like they showed the before and after, right? And I'm seeing the before and then I'm seeing the after, like just glancing, I'm like, the fuck? They didn't hit anything. Is this all a lie? And then I see the before and after, and it's like these 3 little holes, just like perfectly made. How the fuck do you do that? And to know that that's the kind of weapons we have, why would you have ever wanted to?
Not only do that, they did that quickly before you even knew it.
Yeah, but that's the other thing. They didn't want to fuck with us. You know what I'm saying? Like, you had Israel basically talk us into this fight.
That's what I'm saying, Mario, with their ideologies, you don't think they were building all this nuclear weaponry and they were like, yeah, you know what, we might be able to take these motherfuckers.
Yes, I would be very scared of an Iran nuclear program that was on the brink. Absolutely. No disagreement with you from there. The only part that I veer off is that they were even close to it, because we've heard it for so long. I've saw videos of Netanyahu back in 2014 saying that that Iran was like weeks away from testing a nuke. Like, what the fuck? And you're saying the same thing now? Like, how can we believe that? That's crazy to me. But
I get that. But like I think this mainly goes back to, their ideologies. They think that they're building it. They think, as soon as, because this is that Middle Eastern mindset and that Russian mindset over there where they have it. They know Trump is a problem. They know he is bold enough and crazy enough to do what he just did.
Yo, that's
they know he'll do it. They know he'll give the command and send them. Before you know it, they're already on their way back.
That's
they did what they did.
One of the conservative, actually no, it was
Mario, look at what Putin just said the other day. He's like, yeah, if Trump was president, this would have never happened. This all happened because Biden, me and us in this war. No, it would have never happened if Trump was still president instead of Biden.
And that's the part there.
Your tone changed pretty quick, didn't it?
Yeah, and that's the part that's crazy to me is because, like, you look at Trump's base, right? And there is a clear line between the people that blame Israel for everything and basically the rest of his base. And those people are hardliners, dude. Hardliners. And that was the other thing is like it was like supposed to be the anti-war candidate. You know what I mean? And so being in this position, it's like we could take the dub, but at the same time, like, why were we there in the first place? Like, I don't think his base gets past that. I really don't. I mean, when you see guys like what's the UFC fighter's name? I fucking hate him. Lil Wayne's gonna walk him out.
I'm like Dustin Poirier.
No. Oh no, not Dustin Poirier. It is Dustin Poirier. He's walking out. Never mind. No.
So you don't like Dustin Poirier, bro? Everybody loves.
No, I love Dustin Poirier. I love him.
You talking about Sean Strickland?
Sean Strickland. Thank you.
Yeah.
See, Sean Strickland, I rarely agree with him, but I agreed with his take on this whole thing. He made a lot of sense. And again, you know, I don't agree with him on a lot, and that I did. And that was kind of the whole core principle of his argument was why. The why of it all, you know. Did you see that video of Ted Cruz getting fucking eaten up by Tucker Carlson?
He's an idiot, bro.
He's the
only person.
Bro.
He's the only person that makes Tucker Carlson look smart.
Yo, and Tucker just roasted him, bro. And like,
and also,
he was doing
whoever
that.
Ted Cruz's PR guy is, bro, you're fucking fired. You're fucking fired,
bro. Because you put him in that situation.
Yeah, you set me up. Bitch.
You could have, bro. He could have hired you or me on day one, and they would have been like, okay, we got an 11 o'clock lunch, and then we have a 1 o'clock podcast with Tucker. Nope. Cancel that.
Not even that, bro. Like, look, we would prepare him. Like, hey, look, Tucker's about to ask you a bunch of bullshit, and here's some information you're gonna. Here's everything you need to know about these two countries. He's gonna ask you about.
Man, he's like, the Bible said it, and the part when Tucker was like, well, what's Israel? Define Israel. Is it the borders? Is it the gov? Yo, that right there, you could tell it was the first time that Cruz had ever been in the same room with anyone.
I'll give Ted Cruz this though. He'll stay in the fucking batter's box and look like a fool.
Yeah,
all day. I'll give him that. Yeah. He'll stay in the batter's box and look like a fucking fool.
Yo, he's the defensive lineman that plays for the shitty school that everybody's like, dude, you're going up against the D1, like definitely going to fucking football O lineman. And he's just beating the shit out of you all game. And fourth quarter, you're like, let's go.
He's that kid on the baseball team that's never going to get a hit, but at least he's going to fucking swing. He's at least going to swing.
I got respect for that.
He's not going to hit shit, but he's at least going to go out swinging.
I have respect for that. I do. I don't respect that dude, but I do respect that kind of stuff. Let me ask you one final combat sports stuff. Before jumping back in real quick, because I really want to hear what your opinion is on this. Okay. Elon Musk just announced today
Tesla cab,
the release of the taxi cab. Wait, what? Okay, so
Austin, right?
That robo-taxi, the safety observer in the front has a cheat button.
This is hilarious. Watch.
I might have the same button. When they were riding up here, they were sitting here, and this button, we're about to find out what it does, because they were apparently doing this to be able to do something special. So let's find out what it does.
Oh, that was a good one, bro.
That's phenomenal.
Hilarious, right? The taxi is officially in use. Let me see where I can find his post.
It's in Austin, though, right? That's where they started.
In Austin, yeah. They moved it from Cali, bro. It's supposed to go out in Cali, and then the things that were going on there.
They say this started already, right? They're out there, right? They're
out there. Well, see, the ones in Cali that are out right now are the ones from that other guy. I can't remember his name. These were the ones that were supposed to like have like special like everything, and they were gonna get like tax breaks for them and stuff. I think those are over now though, or gonna be.
Yeah, that was what the whole fight was about,
right? Yeah, that was the whole fight was about. So where the fuck, dude? This guy posts way too much. God damn it. Okay, here it is.
The thing about that, Mario, is like it's not like super new, because like I remember in Las Vegas, I had like driverless Ubers, but like if this is just a sole service of driverless taxis and it's a flat fee of like $4 something, hey, why not?
Yeah, exactly.
What I'm waiting for, which is they've been rumored to be building, Mario, is that bullet train that's gonna get you from Dallas to Austin in like 2 hours.
Bro, is that
Dallas to Houston? I mean, Dallas to Houston in 2 hours.
Dude, for real?
I had seen that it's being built. I've seen it's being built. Because a Dallas to Houston train ride in like an hour and a half, 2 hours. Whew.
Bro, let me tell you. The only time, the worst experience I ever had covering a fight was traveling from Corpus to Dallas. I went on a bus, or I went on a car to Houston and then took a bus ride to Dallas. Oh man, it was the worst. It was one of the worst experiences, right? And I'm working for the Boxing Voice. I'm not making shit. I'm getting like $25 from this to cover a fight. And it was all experience at that time. And, everybody goes through that time, but I never did that shit again. But what do you think? First of all, how was the experience of riding in an driverless Uber? Was it scary at first?
Weird. Yeah, it's weird and scary at first because you're like,
I imagine that.
you're gonna ask the obvious questions like, does it know where it's going? Does it know that there's people there? Is this shit gonna malfunction? Then like you kind of just you take it like a normal ride, bro, and eventually you get used to it.
Yeah, of course, dude. I have zero. Listen, first of all, you're way braver than me, bro. I might have cried in that bitch. Like,
I mean, shit, bro. Compared to the Ubers, some of the Uber drivers they have in Las Vegas, bro, I felt a little safer. Felt a little safer because some of those guys make me want to sit in the middle with all the seatbelts, bro. That shit. Some of those Uber drivers in Las Vegas.
And I'm gonna say this, bro. I don't know if this is fucked up to say. They're American drivers most of the time. It's the American drivers that are terrible when they're like Uber drivers. For real, bro. For real. So but the experience was good overall, though. You would do it again, right?
Yeah. If that's the Uber I'm not gonna get another Uber. If that's the Uber that comes, yeah, let's do it. If I ever go to Austin and I see that the Tesla taxi is cheaper than these other guys, like, shit, I'm gonna save $1, bro. Let's get in the car.
Hell yeah! Look, the robo taxi right here. This person, Zach, posted all the rides he took today or that day in Austin. And he used it all day from 11:20 p.m. to 4:29 p.m. Went to Sprouts, Whataburger, In-N-Out, Terry Black's Barbecue. I think I've heard of that.
Went to a bunch of restaurants.
Yeah, he went to a bunch of places, said that there was no problems. So grateful to the Tesla AI team for the invite. Robotaxi is here. It's amazing. Yeah, I'll try it, bro. I'll try it for real.
Hey, bro, like I said, bro, if it's a cheaper ride, let's do it. Let's get across town as we need to.
You're right. You're absolutely right. Listen, I want to finish off the show talking about the UFC this weekend. First of all,
can I add a quick UFC topic since we're going to the UFC?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Why is it that John Jones gets a pass for ducking?
I think for the vast majority of UFC fans, it's because they interpret this as John Jones went through the full gauntlet during the golden era of light heavyweight. Therefore, everything on the other side, he can get a pass for. I'm not saying that's right.
Okay.
But what do you think?
I get that. But Mario, this is the fight game. And in terms of resume of the fight game, it's always what have you done for me lately?
You're absolutely right.
Mario, if in the land of the UFC where they claim it's always the best versus the best, nobody does all this boxing stuff, no politics, no ducking. Why for the past 3 years did they have 2 heavyweight champions?
Bro, I can't say why, but I can say that I think that there was always a hope from Dana that he was going to fight. Listen, he went on, Matt, last week. He was on the Nelk Boys, right? On Full Send. And he told us all he was fucking retired. He basically told us. He said he wasn't going to fight him. He said he may fight him at some point or somebody else. And if he ever...
No, yeah, but he said, I don't have to fight him. Exactly. I don't have to.
He said, it doesn't turn me on.
Imagine Canelo beats Bud and they want, like, okay, you're going to fight David? No, I don't have to fight him. I'm going to go ahead and retire. They would slaughter him.
Exactly. And that's the situation. And, so many people that give him a pass for the light heavyweight era, they don't understand that the heavyweight era is something completely different. Like, you have not solidified yourself as the premier heavyweight at all. I mean, there are so many other heavyweights that I would say would rank in front of John Jones. Now, pound for pound, yes, John Jones might be the greatest of all time. But from a heavyweight standpoint, he still has something to prove, I think.
Is he,
beating
though?
Cormier, a light heavyweight, right?
But that's marred by controversy, Mario. He popped twice.
And that's the problem there is you have a guy in Tom Aspinall who has never failed, who looks like a monster, and you're now all of a sudden jumping out. when
not only that, Mario, he's the interim champion who's owed a title shot with the real
shot.
John Jones was never the undisputed champion because there was an interim champion waiting for a fight. And the people that agree with John Jones that say, "Oh, he didn't need to fight Tom Aspinall for his legacy," Yes, he fucking did. He fucking needed a clean title win over this man. He did not fight Francis Ngannou. He beat an old Stipe. This guy was the best heavyweight they had, and you chose not to fight him.
And now you're talking the heavyweight division, right? Because you're still in agreement that John Jones is a Hall of Famer. John Jones is one of the top
in their aspect, guys. Yes, Hall of Famer, one of the pound for pound best they've ever had. To me, he is not the GOAT. You cannot be the GOAT and pop multiple times. You cannot have those no contests for what they're for, Mario. Nobody else gets that privilege.
That's a great point, and you're right. Nobody gets that privilege. Not in boxing.
Anderson Silva didn't get that privilege, bro. No, he was one of their biggest draws.
He was one of their biggest draws and well loved. You think Dana's mad?
Oh, why do you think he made that announcement so quickly? He made that announcement in another country and then went to Saudi to promote Canelo Crawford.
Fuck, I didn't even realize that. You're right.
Hey, look at how he did it. Stop asking me about it. John Jones is retired. See you in boxing. And he left.
Yo, that's how he ended it? I didn't even hear that part.
That's how it translated to me. Bro, look at his face, and he said, well, John Jones is called. I talked to him last night, and he's officially retired.
Yo, and why was he reading it, too? That was the other thing. It was like everything.
Because he didn't want to say that, bro.
Yeah, bro. I think you're right. I think he might be super pissed right now about the whole situation. Because
just like the Conor McGregor situation, he was hoping that this motherfucker would come back and give him the fight and do the right thing and give the next guy the fight.
That's what he would. That's why he's so over the model of building stars, right? Building stars has been the way that combat sports has always worked, because unlike NFL and the MLB and the NBA, where you can build a team, not necessarily have a star, but create them, right? But in boxing and in MMA, there have been a completely different establishment of stars, right? And so now the UFC is in a position where they're done, bro. They don't want another Sugar Sean to become a Conor McGregor. They don't want anybody to become a Bones Jones that has all the power. They don't want an Ngannou who's able to basically like completely take away the legitimacy of the heavyweight title in like fucking one move. Like nobody wants that. Or no, he doesn't want that, I'm saying. But to put yourself in a position where you cannot come through on the heavyweight title fight, bro, that's a huge L for a promoter. I'm sorry,
bro. Not only
that's a huge L.
That's a big loss in the money department too, bro. That was a money fight. That was a big money fight. And it's the same thing. And I know we're gonna talk about Topuria, but it's the same thing for Islam. Islam ducked the fight with Topuria. That was supposed to be Islam and Topuria. Yep. And Islam ducked and moved. Nah, I'm gonna move up. Chase me up here. Chase me to 170.
That sucks.
Like, this is what we're doing.
That so bad. That sucks so bad.
But that's what I'm saying. UFC fighters constantly get a pass. They get a pass, and people are like, "Oh, well, it's not like boxing." You're doing the same thing.
Exactly the same thing. And see, forever it wasn't, right? Forever it wasn't, because there was no market in the US, right? So like if you were a Pride fighter and you were getting paid this money in Japan, it was like, well, now I could transition to the US and possibly make more. Like, okay, well, let me do that, right? You're in that position, but with the UFC, you had a monopoly in the United States. So you were able to make all the badass fights that you want. Do you remember when we were in the hundreds with UFC and every card was fucking stacked? I mean, you gotta remember at
that time too, Mario, there was no competition. UFC was
there was no competition. Strikeforce was like barely known quantity. They weren't even on Showtime.
They were the only one that had television and pay-per-view that people were actually gonna watch.
Yes, exactly. And so it went from that to now people, complaining about the stars or lack thereof. I think that Bones Jones is the end of an era, really. And Dana was hoping that they would do the right things, like you said. I love that you put it that way, because that means so many different things, right? One, the right thing to give Aspinall that shot, right? Passing the torch. That's a big part of the sport, combat sports. But also the right thing in Dana's mind, doing what was right by Dana. I made y'all millionaires. come back and do this for me. And here's the other thing, Matt, too.
But that's
go ahead.
Dana's fault, though. Dana's fault is bending when he bent that knee to Conor McGregor. The next star did it. Then the next star did it. Then the next star. Bro, Diaz, then Usman, then Masvidal, then Ngannou. If you keep bending the knee, you're gonna bend the knee for me too.
You're right, but the precedent was set in boxing. Floyd, they had to bend the knee too. De La Hoya, everybody. And so at the end of the day, when you make a certain amount of money as a combat sports league or promotion, there comes a time where the fighters have you by the balls. And you're trying to be like, come on, dude. Remember I helped you out in that fight? You know, blah, blah. Like, nah, mate.
Mario, it's different in boxing, Mario, because I can go get the money from somebody else and make it not my money.
Ooh,
look at this fight right here.
You can't get that money from
is
UFC,
this Dana
right.
White and TKO's money? Or is this Turkey Al Sheikh's money? It's Turkey's money.
Thank you.
He so paid them. That. All I gotta do is promote the fight.
Listen, I love that you said that. You know why? Because listen. Okay, did you hear about Abbott? He vetoed the THC ban.
Yeah. He chose to veto it because he probably takes them products too.
Yeah, for real, right? So I'm gonna make the correlation here. Okay. A friend of mine who owns a smoke shop, a head shop, told me and my brother that the THC ban wasn't going to go through. This was about a month or two ago. He said, I'm not worried. I'm not worried at all. Dan Patrick's in bed with the alcohol, people, and he's getting money from them. But I know what nobody else knows that Abbott knows, and that is the tax and the wealth that come from those THC products make up 16% of our revenue in the state.
Yeah, they're making a shitload of money off that legal stuff, bro.
Exactly.
Exactly. And it's not even like people are. I think it's like you said earlier. It's like the stigma of when people hear legal THC products, they think of like spice and all the other nasty shit that was in the beginning.
But it's like Delta 8 and shit like
that. That's not what they're.
That's
not what these smoke shops are selling. They're selling.
Not anymore.
They're selling like capsules to help people like deal with arthritis and shit.
Exactly, so that they don't get hooked on fucking opium. And that's the other part is where the fuck was Dan Patrick when everybody was hooked on fucking opium? You piece of shit. Anyway, this is the point I want to make.
The alcohol regime, bro.
Exactly. This is the point I want to make. Okay, so they were never going to get rid of THC because it brings in too much money and it pays for a lot of other stuff. Okay. It's kind of similar to the Democrat Republican debate, right? Blue state, red state. They say that, the Republicans argue, right, that there's a lot of crime and there's a lot of, bullshit in big Democratic states, right? And that's true. But they never talk about the fact that the blue states pay for the red states. In fact, most blue metropolitan areas make up far more than 50% of the revenue that comes in that is distributed amongst the whole state. Red areas, you know what I mean? All that. So I bring that point up to say this, right? In the UFC, it's a kind of similar thing where the big fights pay for the other fights. They can afford to lose money on last week's fight night with Roundtree, right? Because fights like Ngannou and John Jones and a lot of these other guys, Conor McGregor, these guys make so much money in these fights. The revenue from the ticket sales to the pay-per-view to the merch to everything in between is enough so that they pay for like X amount of fights moving forward. Now, the revenue cut is in a way where it's like, year to year or whatever. And there's a very healthy profit raise for them in the UFC. So we're not questioning anything as far as like money or anything like that, but what we are questioning is whether they have the economic stability to lose out on major fights like John Jones and Aspinall and not have the rest of the company truly affected. Maybe not in like a huge way, but you can't keep losing these big fights.
Well, not only that, Mario, I think, and a lot of people are starting to agree with me a little bit more with the introduction of Netflix into the fight game. Not only fight game, but the live sport game. I think the pay-per-view model essentially itself is dying because even the big names aren't drawing a huge buy rate. Like the UFC doesn't even talk about their buy rates anymore. You notice that? They used to tell people
very good point.
We did 1 million, we did 800,000, we did all
750,000 on fucking.
But I think the model itself is dying because, like we talked about before on the show, there's so many ways to stream the fight, bro. There's so many ways for you to steal it. There's so many ways for you to steal it, and you can't pinpoint who's doing it.
Absolutely right, bro. You're absolutely right. Yeah, I just don't like. I mean, you were supposed to get the McGregor fight, right? Didn't happen. You're supposed to get the John Jones fight, didn't happen. Ngannou completely left the fucking UFC altogether. You know, you had guys like Usman lose, you had guys like Speedbender lose. So where are the big fights? You know, even like Islam and Taporia, like that's a big fight for me and for the hardcores. Is it a fight that draws like a shit ton of
It's not gonna draw a ton of money.
I doubt it. Yeah,
not
exactly.
in America. Not in America. But that's the thing too, Mars. Me and my friend were talking about this just the other day. The pandemic forced them to make a lot of those fights really early and go through a lot of those fights.
Very good point.
Because you got to remember, at that point, they had no choice but to pay guys to fight. They're like, yeah, we'll pay the people that want to fight, and then they started making. By the time they hit 2023, some of those divisions were ran through multiple times already. Like, look at Usman; he fought everybody twice.
Exactly. Did the BMF title get invented during COVID?
No, it was right before. Right before.
Okay. I was like, dude, they invented the belt for it. So this weekend, pretty good UFC 317 card live from Vegas. It is a double championship main event. Pantoja is going to defend his flyweight title, my bad. And then of course the main event is Ilya and Oliveira. Matt, who do you got in the main event, and how does it end? Or how does the
I don't know, because like they both, Ilya and Dubronx, both got the perfect counteract for each other. You know what I mean?
I like that.
Ilya good. Ilya very good on the feet, very nice striking ability, decent grappler. But Charles Oliveira is one. He can choke you out in any second. He can submit you at any point in the fight. If he gets his hands on you, it's more than likely could be over. But I'm gonna lean Ilya here. I'm gonna lean Ilya chasing greatness and becoming a 2-division champion in the UFC.
Yeah, I agree. I think that Ilya is the guy with the momentum. Listen, Oliveira is 35 years old, and people forget he's been doing it forever.
Bro, he got signed by Zuffa, bro. That's how long he's been doing it.
Oh my god, I didn't even think of that. Holy shit. Yo, that was
how long ago was that fucking deal, bro?
For real, bro. That was hilarious when Dana earlier in the week, they were like, well, you never came up with a boxing promotion name. He's like, yeah, because Zuffa boxing promotion was already taken. Fucking hilarious.
Yeah. Who cares?
So Charles is 35-10, 45 fights in professional UFC MMA. Ilya is 16-0, less than half the fights. Oliveira has the experience, but does the age decline make it so that if he wins, it's a huge limp dick for the UFC? Or do you think it's more sellable if a guy with that kind of name wins for a rematch? They could pass the torch, things like that.
I think this fight specifically in the main event is a win-win for the UFC, because you can still make the Islam fight. You can make the Oliveira rematch, Islam go for champ, or you can do the Ilya champ fight with Islam anyway. That's a win-win for them.
I love that. I love that. I love how you put that. That said, though, going into this, is there going to be any sort of fill out in weight for Ilya? Like, is there going to be a moment in the fight at the beginning where he has to, kind of slow his pace and get used to things? Or do you think he comes out like a fucking rocket?
No, I think he needs to be patient and see what Oliveira is going to take to and what he's going to let him do. You got to see and also to see what kind of pace he will fight you at. Because Oliveira is very game at fighting at a very high pace, but he will eventually try to slow it down.
Agreed.
So I think if you take it easy with him, kind of go slowly into that first and second round, and right where he would usually try to slow you down in the middle of the second, early third, that's when you turn it up, because then he won't be ready for you to turn it up.
Yo, that is a very, very good point. Listen, the first 7 fights of his career, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, ended in submission win. for Taporia. Then he went KO before he got a decision.
Knocking motherfuckers out.
Exactly. In his last 2 fights, he has scored KOs, and he has scored KOs in 7 of the last 8 contests. No, I'm sorry. 6 out of the last 8, but one of the other ones was a submission win. So
that's why I'm saying look at Taporia's resume and look at John Jones' last 5 resume, bro. This man knocked out 2 former world fucking champions,
bro.
In that division, bro.
And Volkanovski was like, I mean, people thought he was like a wrecking ball. Would not be.
That's the example of like
way.
That's the example. He's a prime example. Him and Usman were prime examples of they ran through them fights too fucking fast.
Oh,
because look what happened.
That's a good point. You're
Volkanovski,
right.
Usman, Adesanya, they ran them boys through the gauntlet, and when they finally got to the other end of the new crop of contenders, they started getting beat.
That's a great point. I very much agree with your point. I will say there is one thing that may differ from that, and that is I don't know if the UFC believed that Colby Covington would survive the buildup of that fight, right? Like if they didn't make that fight right away, then I think they assumed Colby would have lost. You know what I mean? At some point.
I disagree with you right there. I disagree with you right there because Colby came really close in that first fight.
He did, and the momentum was high
that's where
for
it
him.
started. They rushed a rematch. I think that's where
the
I
problem.
agree with you
You're
there.
right,
they
you're
rushed
right.
the rematch because they needed a fight. They needed to keep making big fights, and Colby's a big fight. So that's what I'm saying. Like but like before, like he had fought Masvidal a couple of times. He had already fought a few other guys in that welterweight division, bro. He's been through the guys, bro.
Hell yeah. No, you're absolutely right. As far as Pandoja, you think he successfully defends?
I think so. I think they keep him hot and ready. I think he gets out of there early. The way he can come back and step in. Well, no, I guess the Noche card got moved. So yeah, whenever that Noche card is, they bring him back for that. And he gets in and out pretty quickly.
Yeah. You know, he won his last fight, but he is 1-3. Or no, wait. Yeah, he's lost 2 of his last 3. Has Cara France. So yeah, I'm picking Pandoja in this one too. But you know, it's a good card though. It really is. There are a lot of good fights. Darush is fighting as well. Hell yeah. The opening card on the bout is one that I find very interesting. I really think it's a 50-50 fight. Felipe Lima and Talbot. That's a very good opening fight. I think that sets the tone for the rest of the card. You know, that's a big thing that people don't give a lot to is when the undercard sets a high bar, usually everybody else has to follow. Like everybody feels like the pressure more after
the UFC has done a pretty decent job of setting up some nice summer cards for us here.
Hell yeah.
I think it's good. Like I said, it's gonna be a good. I just wish it wasn't so damn late, bro.
I agree.
So
listen,
like
man,
watching their Saturday card in the middle of the day, I was like, oh, this is perfect. You get right through my day. Comes on
and it was a good little card too. The what's his name of the co-main event? You know, I was solid. I thought he was gonna lose, bro. And then the main event was decent too. You know, it was a solid card. You're right. And I like that, you know, they all were spread out. I got to see, well, I didn't see the Rodriguez fight yet, but you know, that would have ended. The UFC would have began, UFC would have ended, Vito would have began. Like, you know what I mean? Like I love it when they can do it like that, but it sucks when they make us use 3 TVs at once. But listen, man, we got Raw starting in about 30 minutes. I'm covering it for fightsatw.com, fightsaroundtheworld.com. You can go there, check out all of my work along with terrific staff that covers all combat sports. And by the way, Abe's been killing it with boxing. Y'all got to go over there and check it out. He's got all the fucking scoops that nobody else is covering. Shout out to that man right there. I want to shout out to everybody in the chat, everybody that hit the like and the subscribe today. Yo, Twitch was crazy. Please go to Twitch and follow. YouTube had a couple of follows there. X had a bunch too. So I appreciate everybody that tapped in. Everybody. Oh, shout out to Carlos, the Prophet, tapped in earlier. Appreciate him. Matt, Machine Gun, one of my favorite. Man, we got to come up with like a good name for it. I call them crossover fans. But yeah, one of the most capable.
Well, I'm like a flea market Shannon Sharp, bro. I can talk about everything.
Crazy. Yo, people tell me, I'm not joking though. People tell me all the time when I call them on, they're like but we're only doing boxing, right? We're not doing wrestling. I'll be like, yeah, okay, because I'm not Matt. You know that, right? Like, bro, I get that from like 4 or 5 different people, co-hosts. Like, okay, you know I'm not Matt, right? We can't be just going through every single shit. I'm like, all right, shit.
Especially when it comes to combat sports, bro. Love combat sports, bro.
Oh,
Boxing,
yeah, I know you.
MMA. Sometimes you'll watch a little triad combat. Sometimes you'll watch them peek out.
I know that. I know that you're an addict like me. There's no, but you follow all the sports though. So, you know, it is what it is. Yeah. Yo, but yeah, I want to tell everybody, please go to Infighting Exchange, spell Infighting FX on YouTube, Facebook, IG, Twitch, and X. You can follow me, Infighting FX, on all those platforms. We will be live again tomorrow, breaking down the Chavez fight card. Hopefully Matt can come through for that. And probably Night of Champions predictions as well. Probably wait for a full MMA breakdown to like Wednesday or Thursday, but we will cover both cards tomorrow as well as any breaking stories that come through. So again, appreciate everybody that tapped in. Y'all are the champs. Come back tomorrow, 1 o'clock Central Time. We will be back. Matt, you want to give any socials?
Yeah, Matt Garces on everything, man. Instagram, Twitter, Twitch. Follow me there. Watch along with us here on YouTube and Twitch and Instagram, baby.
Hell yeah. Follow Matt, bro. He is the champ. And yo, me and him are gonna link up doing some gaming, bro, because he needs to give me the you know, the coaching and shit. You know what I mean? I need a trainer, Matt. I need a trainer.
Bro, you need somebody younger than me, bro. It's a young man's game now, bro.
Hey, I seen you fucking up some people. Up some people.
Bro, but you got like I had maybe like 5, 6 kills, bro. The other 2 kids on our team had 20. So it's like,
oh Jesus Christ,
young man's game, bro.
It's a young man's game. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Listen,
there needs to be just lobbies for everybody older than 28.
No shit, right?
That way we can just play with each other like back in the day.
Pause. Yeah. No. Oh, bro, I was telling that somebody the other day too. I was like, bro, it was so much better when it was Super Nintendo and shit because your friends had to come over or you had to go over. You know what I'm saying? Like now, bro, I get on.
No.
Yo,
the game.
I'm just like,
even in my teenage years when the online gaming was on, it was still fair. This shit ain't fair, bro.
Oh no, not at all. Hell no.
Like when I got onto Call of Duty this year, and like I found out like all the young kids had it for like 3 months already. I was like, bro, they got fucking gold guns already. How the fuck? Like you got to play this every day to do that.
For real. Yo, and then you got billionaires paying people to beat your ass and hire their rank and shit.
Yo, bro, yeah, I got my young nephew, 8 years old to 10 years old. Like I'm like, nah, you gotta do it like this. Check this out. I'm gonna show you.
Yo, that's crazy. Hilarious, bro. But listen, appreciate you coming through, tapping in. Hopefully you can come back tomorrow. For everybody else, Infighting FX, that's been Mario. Appreciate y'all. All combat sports. This is the spot. Tap in. Peace.